Hello everyone, and welcome to Ludo History. As always, I'm Adam, and we're at the end. We've done it. Almost. We're so close. Today is the finale of the main quest of AC Valhalla. Which means we've got a lot of stuff to do. Obviously, the main part of this, you know that's Excalibur. You could have just said Excalibur. But, yeah. Oh, actually, this is a different one than I expected to release, I think. Oh no, never mind. This is the right one. Oh boy. Oh boy. Just take a look at that name. Watcher should be coming in very shortly. This is a time. But yes, you should pester Watcher. Let's see what this looks like. So that's a lot. Oh wait, I feel like they made it worse since. I feel like they made it worse since it leaked. I didn't think that was possible. No, no, that's. This is the part that. So. There are a lot of words here. Let's start with the less terrible parts because. A lot of this is actually just a reskin of a set we already have part of. Woof. Leander, thank you so much for the $35 donation. With this, I spent almost as much money on you streaming the game that I would have on the game itself. Definitely a better use of my money. The drinking boot is ready, let's do this. Yes, that sounds about right. So this is just, like, the cloak appears to be reskin of the Einherjar set, which is exciting. The Tree of Life woven into the fabric radiates with magic and looks to be taming animals you cross paths with. Note, it's the actual benefits mention nothing about taming animals. Nothing at all. But let's see, Tree of Life. Yeah, that sure is the 19th century with some vaguely like Celtic TM interlace. It does look like the White Tree of Gondor, honestly. Which the White Tree of Gondor is based on the idea of a world tree, because Tolkien lore. So, right, the Tree of Life is related to that imagery. That is intentional. Anyway, Watcher, you picked a good time. Ancient druid magic runs through every fiber of this tunic, enhancing your spirit and focus for each tree you walk by. So this is a great time to mention that tomorrow, Watcher is going to be giving a several-hour-long public lecture monstrosity on the druids, and how literally none of these words are true. Also, it's a reskin of the Einherjar set, with the same dumb silk and the same dumb furs. Oh, we'll get to the mask. The mask is real bad. The mask is its own category of bad that I'm not prepared to deal with yet. So, let's see. looks like vaguely Celtic imagery. Like, it's just vaguely Celtic interlace. Right, that's the only thing interesting to say is, right, they've put in a whole bunch of really tiny low-res details of what looks like interlace. Fine. It's a silver bracer with some interlace. I don't care. What are these boots made out of? They look like they're leather, but not. Right? It looks almost scaly. I'm concerned, but I also don't hate the boots, to be honest. Right? The golden bands here is really dumb, but I don't hate the golden bands on the top of the boot. Overall, like, this is just a later style of boot, though. Right? This looks almost like a riding. I date this to early modern. I think I'd say that this is like early modern, just styles of shoes. But fine. We have, so, Blood Yuli, the Ireland DLC doesn't come out for 3 weeks yet, so I can't answer that question. The answer is likely going to be extremely bad. Okay. Sure. I don't know why the mystical set with druids has Dunair. I don't... Right. Dunair is one of the animals that we have, like, no actual myth surviving about, but in the prose, Edda is described as being one of the stags that just chews on Yggdrasil. So, fine. But the fact that they associate Dunair with ancient druid magic is real bizarre. Also, I'm not sure why there are literal, like, clumps of flowers on everything here. It is Atlas Pagan's thing again. But here's the part that scares me. That bird. What? Eugene. Is an overgrown cockatoo? Also real sad looking, like, this bird is not well treated. This bird must have been the companion of the most powerful mage, not a most powerful mage, the most powerful mage, since it speaks back to you in the human tongue. Sometimes he even seems to be mocking you. This has to be... Right, this has to be a reference to something. That's such a bizarre name. But also it's a parrot. You know, that famously present in England animal. Here's blade is firstly, it's a reskin of Sutunger's blade. The knife we got in the Winchester Assassin Bureau, it's just a reskin of that. But the glowing engravings on this Sayax, not Seeks, I don't care what this game says, seems to indicate that it was once owned by the very mother of Thor. Also, you put in the umlaut, but not the ev. Yirds. This blade. Not yirds. Yeah, yird, put alongside druid stuff, i.e. druids equal earth equals stuff. Also, same vein, earth equals poison. We saw this actually in Jotun when I did that game. The first boss we fought was Yirth, and also had poison. So we are seeing that. And then... What? Natural Aegis. Countless blows from your enemies have already scratched the solid wood. What part of this shield is wooden? Seemingly as hard as steel. That would be because I think it is, like, okay, there's the wood. None of that is wood, though. Okay. But, the Aegis, you know, that famously Celtic shield? Also, no. So, obviously, Aegis being Medusa's shield, or the shield with Medusa's head attached, I should say. Wielded by various gods and heroes, but I think most prominently associated with Athena. But, yeah, we've got it split in half, you know, the same Tree of Life design we saw here. And then, this, once again, vague, very vaguely... Oh, you're totally right. AC, you are correct. That is absolutely what that is referencing vaguely. Let me pull that up, because AC mentioned the Battersea shield. So, let me quick pull that up on stream, because I agree very, very, very strongly that that is what that is being. Not directly, but definitely the right interlace aesthetic pattern to be inspired by. We have not... You have missed just, like, suffering. Nothing important. Shrink that down. There we go. You can almost see it now. So this is a shield from, what? Bronze Age? Yeah, La Tene. So, about, like, somewhere around 200 BC. That was found inside the Thames. Just... And, I mean, you can... It's only, like, vaguely similar, but you're seeing the same sorts of spirals on the top there, and then some of this interlace pattern. Looks like a loose inspiration, but, right, it's supposed to be, like, vaguely La Tene, Bronze Age, Celtic thing. Yeah, it's not a super great shield. So anyway, let's go back up the list. We have a shield with a Greek name, a poison dagger that's a reskin, and also apparently very, very Norse. An actual parrot named Eugene. One of the mythological mounts Duneyr. A pair of boots of questionable material and otherwise meh. A pair of interlace bracers. A reskin of the thing with ancient druid magic. Reskin of the Einherjar set, but this time with more druid magic. The Tree of Life woven into a cloak. And then... This helmet was carved from the skull of a powerful druid who dared oppose you. Let's just give it... I think the druids are robots. I think that... Niram, I agree with you. I think that is the only possible interpretation from having a gilded skull strapped to your fucking face. Also, let us count the number of horns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 whole horns on this. Two gold circles. And feathers of dubious origin. Also, just like cord it to your face. Just like take a cord and just yank it on. So, also, this guy had terrible dental hygiene, which is, actually common in the Middle Ages. Let's be fair, dental hygiene was not great, tooth loss was extremely common. But wow, this guy had really bad dental hygiene. Also, wait! Not all of his teeth are gilded. Gilded molar, normal molar, no, normal molar. Gilded incisor, normal incisor. Gilded canine, gilded premolar, normal molar, gilded wisdom tooth. Also, though, right, I think there's a layer of gross that we can get onto this that is not clearly deliberate, and in fact, I brought this to an expert, and they were like, what? But the first impression I get from it, especially, with this image here, is thinking vaguely like Caribbean or Mesoamerican quote-unquote witch doctor. Brought this to an expert in Mesoamerica and they were like, what? No, literally, there are decorated skulls that are masks in Mesoamerica. They look gorgeous, super cool mosaic patterns of like blue and gold and looking almost like this like lapis mosaic. Super cool masks. And there are skull caps made out of actual skull, used for ritual purposes. But, yeah, it's creating this vaguely, let's put all the quotes around that, voodoo thing to attach onto druids and earth magic and stuff. But the giveaway is that there's no being with a horn like this anywhere in Mesoamerica, much less in this time period. Right, this is just a cow horn. There aren't cows in Mesoamerica in the 9th century. But yeah, right, they're just... And so it's creating this vague aesthetic that doesn't actually have any referent. It's the aesthetic perverted and inverted to have no reference point whatsoever, but still preserves a vibe, because I first felt like, wait, this looked like it's supposed to be witch doctory. And Watcher, you agreed, right? Was doing that. Also thought like some sort of West African Caribbean religions thing. Yeah, let me pull that up, actually. That's worth pulling up on stream to show what these masks actually look like, because they're rad. Look at how cool these things are. This is what an actual, like, carved, decorated skull from Mesoamerica looks like. This is what they gave us. And so, right, clearly there's no actual reference going on. But it feels like there's a reference going on, and that's bizarre. This hat is so bizarre. It's just weird. Let's see what the boat's got. Oh, actual Baphomet. Oh, that didn't take long. Oh, they're not going to give us any descriptions here. Oh, I'm on my own. Oh no. So the bowsprit is actually just a dude with clutching an arrow. He's just a dead guy. He's just a dead, like, Norse warrior overgrown with flowers with... I like his helmet. I actually like his helmet. Why can't we have that helmet? I love that spectacle helm. But, your boat's got some issues here. Namely, if there's ivy growing through this, which there is, and mushrooms growing out of it, your boat's gonna sink the moment it touches water. Because ivy will keep the plates of the hull from swelling up and sealing together because there's a fucking root in the way. So your boat's just gonna sink if you have this figurehead on it? But, yeah, actually Baphomet. And the shields are also actually Baphomet. And on the tail end, it's just a tree? I think it's just a tree. God, there are so... This bad boy fits so many conference papers in it. So, your guys' choice, actually. We could quick do, you know, now that we've seen the worst set, we could do a lightning round. Rate all of the DLC pack, or all the microtransaction packs. Or we could just get into the game and actually do the main story. Your guys' call, what do you want? Oh fuck, were there tattoos too? Oh fuck, there are tattoos. Okay. Okay, Oh, Eleanor is giving me the running commentary in Discord, and I used to be a sailor like you until I took an arrow in the bowsprit. So you're asking me to explain what is going on with these tattoos? I'll tell you, I don't know. Holy mackerel, there's a... Those are things. It does kind of look like a "don't tread on me" thing, doesn't it? Neat. So we've got a sun deer, apparently, because there's just a sun. It's not even like Bronze Age sun symbols. That's just, like a modern pictograph of the sun. There are old things for the sun that they could have been using, and that's not one of them. Surrounded by the worst antlers on a deer, with... Is that what they're doing with Dunir? Because I'm pretty sure on the back, right, that's also the same thing. And that is a deer. With the same sun symbols, Is that what they're saying Dunir is? That Dunir is a solar figure? That'd be a baffling take. Wait, no. AC, please don't be right. Oh no, it is. Oh no. Oh, they totally did. If there's a cross inside here, it just is. Hang on. I hate you're making me download this image, and I'm not happy about you for it. But it's too right. Mother, this. Fine. Fine, we're doing this. And thank you, Blood Yuli, for the follow. I do appreciate it. This is just full on. And Eleanor chimes in, also identifying it as a symbology of Saint Eustace. So a deer with a cross between the antlers is how Christ appears to the saint in his Vita. So, accidentally Christian. Referencing Jägermeister, accidentally did a Christianity. So, also confirmed by, take a look at this cross with a Celtic Trinity knot in it. Right, that's just a cross, and that just has a symbol that by the Irish medieval Ireland definitely just thinks is the Trinity. So, this was... Oh, motherfucker. Nope, I refuse. The necklace tattooed here has Elder Futhar carved in it. And yeah, those are snakes on the hips. There's Elder Futhar carved inside this, and the resolution is not high enough, and good lord, I am not buying the tattoo set in order to try and get a higher resolution. I don't... This is what this... I don't understand. Also, literally every single piece of everything is severely over-designed. Right? That's a shit ton of tattoos. By the way, let's reiterate. Since it's been a long time since I've said it, I've just ran it for you. Oh, thank you, Emma. That would be awesome. So, there is minimal evidence that in Viking Age Norse cultures, that there was actually tattooing. The only piece of evidence we have is from Ahmad ibn Fadlan, who says that the Rus that he interacted with, 1, do not wear shirts, and 2, have these tree-like designs running from their, in green, I think? He's like, there's these green tree-like designs that run from their fingertips all the way up to their heads. And what this is unclear, but the couple of interpretations are, 1, it is actually tattoos, 2, it's body paint, or 3, he's lying about them not wearing shirts. And that is just embroidery on tight clothes. I'm pretty sure it's green. I'm pretty sure he says it's green. I haven't read that section of the Risala for a hot second, so don't 100% quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. So they the contrary evidence is that we have found precisely 0 things that we can interpret as tattooing needles in medieval Norse contexts. We know tattooing was done in the Nordic Bronze Age thanks to finding tattooed bog bodies. But the practice appears to have died out by the Viking Age, and we have no evidence for it. But this game sure wants it to be, and so they severely over-design every tattoo. Anyway, chat, I need you guys to vote now. Do we do the high-speed rating of all of them, or do we get started on the actual video game? Story? Story. Let's do it. Good call, Raptorus. The 10-minute rating. We have had a half an hour of real nonsense. So let's get our gear lined up. I heard that we are two-handing Excalibur. And reminder for almost the final time, you can change my gear at any point using the using channel points. 1200 for 1 gear change. So whatever monstrosity of stuff you want me to roll into the final act of the game with, feel free to go for it. Oh, by the way, we've not mentioned this. Most of the hunter's bows in this game feature this cable-supported design, which has been very kindly pointed out to me, or reminded to me, that the most famous example of this design is a North American design by the Penobscot people in Maine. And when it was invented is kind of uncertain, but this just is the Penobscot bow. So that's a cultural appropriation right there. Have fun. Stupidest looking armor set? Aw, I was just gonna try and make something that wasn't that. Fine. Fine. I mean, I think the Huldufolk one might win that prize. It's not as visibly egregious as... Nah, scratch that, the Valkyrie. They're all bad, actually. They're all so over-designed. Let's go with the Huldufolk, because it has smoke effects. I don't think... I'm sorry. I'm not going to do the Huntsman helm. You can't force me. We'll stick with the Thor's battle helm. Oh, okay. Well, those are still the worst. You want the St. George's cape too? Fine. And... Golden Thanes bracers. Or... Yep. Exactly. We will trying to... break down good, bad, and indifferent. Hello. Hello, pig. Which has Sigurd Drifamel carved in it. And a vague... I use helmet, actually. That's not a vague V-suit. Okay. And a Triskelion. Ha! Hilarious.
I'm proud of the new styles I've been working on.
Let's see what we've actually got.
For me today.
Let's just see. So, we have that. 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 Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The blue one is still pretty bad, as is Modernit. Oh wow, that's a lot of ink. Holy shit. Chiarta, was it? Nee. Chiarta. That has a lot going on. That just has a lot happening at the same time. Holder's Mark. Vestry Wind. Interesting. Generic Norse emblem. Which has runes along the neck. Oh, that's not helpful. Of course her hair is getting in the way. Ostara and the Skratii emblem. I think it's Ostara. I think it's got to be Ostara. Look at the roses. Let's see what hairstyles we've actually got. Not a lot. We don't have a lot of hair. But let's just roll with this one, since it gets it out of the way to see all the tattoos. There's that one. Holder's Mark. The Skrylingi emblem, which you can't actually really see. Veivisir, Skrati, Hjarta. Valhalla Blessing, Midgard. Modrani. Emir Scream, Sigurd Reefamal, Norse Emblem, Hell Sign, Jormungandr, and Unicall. Let's just pick one and go with it. Once again, you could do Ostara. The Skrylingi emblem is not... Overall, feels underwhelming. Exactly. None of these are actually visible, so... It's just, is there a really egregiously bad one somewhere? Oh, the Sisterhood actually looks less terrible. Why does it have the same thing repeating like 6 times? That's what? That looks like it should be Futhork. I once again do not have the alphabet memorized. But that's fine. That is... B-L-O. Blah 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 blah. You know, they keep saying that these are supposed to be legitimate things, but that says B-L-O, 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 B-L-O. Do blah 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 blah. So dubious? I do think they're actually saying blah 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 on their tattoo, which is... I can't actually even be mad because it's amazing, but there is actually something interesting about the Yeah, hang on. Okay, so they did do something weird. They use the Elder Futhar K, but then they use Os, the Old English rune, in the blah 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 blah. Which maybe that's a variant form attested in Scandinavia, but in the standardized form, that's Old English and Old Norse or Proto-Norse mushed together.
Anything else I can do for you?
I'll see you later.
A good day to you.
So that was exciting. Let's actually do the main story now, because I think we've got our gear. Unless I missed any.
So glad to see you.
Unless I've got any other gear changes in, I think we're ready to get going. Okay. So 2 hands, 1 hand, main hand favorite weapon, offhand least favorite weapon. Ooh. Ooh, there's a lot of choices there. I mean, I think in the favorite... I mean, while the Carolingian longsword is a museum piece that has been scaled up, I think the Carolingian pike wins that one. And then we'll keep Excalibur, even though the actual answer is one of the flails. Or maybe this. This. Like, this is too silly to be mad at. Or this. We scaled it down to be less egregious. But we'll keep Excalibur. We'll keep Excalibur. Anyway. I think we're done. Let's go.
Eivor, the time has come. Our time.
Our time for what?
My final glory awaits.
Your
Does it-
final glory.
Does
I
it?
fear to ask what that means.
Do I not speak plainly? My time in Midgard is done. I wish now to see the hall of my ancestors.
Just want to eat yourself off a
No,
cliff.
It will not be by my hand.
I do not speak of death, Eivor. I speak of life. Life and glory everlasting.
Do you though?
I know I've been in a fog these last few weeks. I know I speak words you don't fully understand.
That's an understatement.
But I only ask you trust me once more. On my final voyage back to Norway, to wish my father farewell and achieve my destiny.
Back to Norway. I need to discuss this with Randi.
If you must. I will await your answer down by the docks. Do not keep me waiting.
So, kind of. So, there is pretty good evidence that when we're thinking of an elite context, in the late 9th and 10th centuries in Norway, that there is belief in Valhalla as a real place. The biggest piece of evidence for this is the poem Hákonarmál, preserved in Hákonartagagoða, part of the Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla from the 13th century. But, in the poem, the deceased Hákon is met by a Valkyrie,
I want to see the alliance map.
and they go to... No? There it is.
It may be time to return to Norway. Sigurd is eager to see his father, and beyond that, I do not know.
Indeed.
I've heard ill news about Styrbjorn in the past year. If you go, go with care.
Let's go. With another knife just stuck in there. Anyway, so yeah, he...
Return as soon as we're able.
As far as that goes,
And be safe.
Odin's Hall is believed in, and says, yeah, this is a real place that is a place of glory, and the deceased Hákon, despite being Christian in life, will be welcomed as a great hero to sit next to Odin there and do stuff. Hang on.
Good to see you.
What do you have today?
We don't have enough opals to do anything. I just want to see what we've got. Valkyrie bracers. Drager demon stat. Sauron's pants. Oh, a helmet we don't have. Alsvinder. Oh. Strengthwind? And Vierer interesting. It is a Pegasus. Okay, so that's what this is doing. It's a invented word as a permutation of Owlsvider, one of the horses that pulls the goddess of souls wagon. Soul is kind of the sun, but it was not important. Unlike in Old High German, where Sunna appears to be quite important, Soul is utterly unimportant, and the actual light of the sun is actually her shield. So, it's taking that element and then changing it instead of wide to wind. Vieur. Meanwhile, yeah, so Vieur looks like it, okay, yep. Thank you for the list of names of Thor. Vieur is in Hemisphere. Okay. Maybe means Hallower, but it refers to Thor.
I have to.
See you later.
Sorry, chat, I missed some stuff there. Oh. Do you mean with the... Yeah. Right. Another thing we found out since last time, in the equipment side of things. The Spartan shield is a real shield. Also of the La Tene culture. Found in the Thames. This is actually a slightly scaled up version. The actual thing is 31 centimeters across. So this is actually a little bit scaled up from the actual one. But it's about half the size of a Hoplon. Also not Spartan. And yeah, it's an asset reused from... The puppy is following me. Hello. Hello. An asset reused from Origins, where it was a Macedonian shield. Despite being a La Tene shield, found in the Thames. So now that we're in England...
Good, good.
Oh! But, they did reference it. We found it in London, at one of the bridges across the Thames. So they did actually reference the fact that the shield is from the Thames, just in a really oblique, dumb way. And now it gave us an actual date.
All the decades we spent here, brother.
It's bloody cold. Colder than I remember.
So, the game just gave us an actual honest-to-God date, which is awesome. Except that it means some, like, stuff has gone weird. I can't change my boat now, Niram. I had to do that before we left.
We can continue later.
This is Harald's Fairhair's kingdom now. Every peak and fjord.
Uh-huh.
Pains me to say it, to think it even.
And our father, his fool. Poor man.
It is a role he chose. He bent easily and broke in half. Do not pity him.
No.
For many moons I could not sleep, always thinking of his betrayal.
Is it...
Horrors I used to pass.
So this game really, really hates the idea.
Put it out of your mind, Sigurd. There's
Mm-hmm.
He must taste the same foulness that I taste.
No, Sigurd.
He must know what glory he missed by staying here, the lapdog of a conqueror.
You want to speak with him?
So,
Yes,
the...
face to face. I will tell him the truth.
So, this game really despises anything that resembles liking Haraldur Harfagri. Despite Oxford, where Sigurd said he respected the guy, he's gone back to despising everything about Haraldur. So, clearly they have never read that style of saga.
Tribes, in spite of our father, no doubt.
Are you sure of this?
I will say what needs to be said.
Don't do this.
You fear his rebuke.
Oh no, I crave it.
Sigurd, you're a terrible person.
The hound has lost his bark.
Or it may be you light a fire beneath him, inspire him with
You are a
tales of our
terrible person.
If I do, I'll stoke that flame until it burns.
So, right, according to that style of saga, one of the most prominent members of the first generation, and actually the first 4 generations of Icelandic settlers in northern Iceland in Vadsfjörður, actually came to Iceland unwillingly, because it was fated that they would do this, not because they actually wanted it. So Ingimundur the Old actually was really well respected in Haraldur Harfagri's court, and really liked Haraldur.
I remember
But he was forced to go because of prophetic dreams and, like, magic by Laplanders and stuff.
not even a gift to offer.
Rats don't appreciate gifts. They sniff and lick
Oh.
without care.
You are chipper, brother.
The Valbrjóta is actually, according to Harald Saga Harfagr, his actual ship. So they did a reference that actually exists. Yes, you are really twisted. I want to push you into the river. Come on. Let me do it. But anyway, right. Haraldur, while the sagas overall I think dislike Haraldur, and the most prominent sagas all dislike Haraldur, perhaps is the better way of saying it. Right, Egil Saga really hates the Norwegian royal family. Possibly also written by Snorri, which definitely doesn't have an influence, no siree. Huh? Oh, this guy here, Bloody is our adoptive brother and technically boss, Sigurd. He's also the god Tyr, and he's been acting like a jerk because of it for a long time. So, anyway, the actual historical reality is way more ambivalent. Haraldur... Firstly, Haraldur did not own everything he claimed to own. Let's be very clear on that. He claimed to rule all of Norway. He probably actually owned, like, Oslofjord and the area we're in right now, and none of the rest of it. But he was, overall, I would say, right, even though a lot of the chieftains left Norway to go to the Faroes, to go to Iceland because of him, I think it's actually fair to say that immediately Iceland was dependent on him and got over themselves. Because going to Norway was a way for a young Icelander to achieve renown, serve in the royal court, become a Hirdmother of the king, and then come back to Iceland with wealth and with renown and be able to establish themselves proper like. There's Styrbjorn, by the way. He's now turned into a drunken lout because this game, despite thinks, right,
Look at him.
this is thematically really incoherent with what we are going to see in a little while. So put a pin in this, we'll talk about it later.
Father,
Wait, did subtitles turn off?
Sigurd,
Oh, good. No, they didn't. It just bugged. Okay.
My son, Eivor, by Odin's blessing, come and let me look at you
stop.
both.
That is far enough.
Blood of Tyr, what happened
He turned into Tyr. You got it correct on the first try, Styrbjorn.
Far better than I look, I assure you.
This calls for a toast. Your journey must have been long and cold. A drink to warm your blood.
We are not here to drink or make merry. Only to look upon the rackets of a once great man.
And then what? Make new war against King Harald? Stake a claim on his crown? Is that your wish? To sow more chaos here?
You're absurd, old man. Possibly interested.
Literally everything, Sigurd.
Interest you. You robbed me of my wealth when you left for England.
Yeah, we kinda did.
Assume you would do it again.
Not my idea.
Sorry?
Left us with nothing when you pledged for King Harald. We took only
That
what
was the
we
Danish
deserved.
pronunciation. Right, Eivor's voice actress is Danish. Harald instead of Harald. Or Old Norse Haraldur.
I have returned for one reason only. To say goodbye. And to
Ah,
thank
well.
you for your colossal failure.
Failure?
As a father, as a king, as a man. For without it,
You
I would
are...
not have discovered my true self.
Again, put a pin in this. I want to talk about this later.
My oath to King Harald was the only sensible path
So,
forward
right,
for
let's
a man
not-
in my situation.
But, chat, let's not shit on the idea of, oh, the gods are real too much, because that's a fundamental premise.
And what
of,
have you done with yourself since?
uh,
Drink heavily and weep for what might have been?
Fundamental premise of Assassin's Creed. And once we accept that that is the premise,
Harald's message.
there are ways they could do this better than they did.
Always at his beck and call. And that he uses your gaping mouth as a chamber pot.
You make light of my service to a great and powerful man. Is that how you treat those who serve you, Sigurd?
You pathetic worm!
Hey, Styrbjorn makes a good comeback.
King.
Plans change.
Ah,
As do hearts.
Not this one.
yes, this one.
You, Eivor.
I wish you whatever peace you may find in this new life you have found.
I did not find it, Eivor. I chose it. The only way forward that did not lead to more violence and death and grief your father would have understood. He died to avoid a similar fate, to save his family at the cost of his reputation.
No. My father, he was...
He loved you. That is all.
Argur nonsense. I've heard enough.
Oh, shut up, Sigurd.
Sigurd, from the day you were born, I wanted nothing more than to pass on my title, my land, my people.
So,
But 1 year is never like another, and with the passage of time, certain truths appeared, unavoidable. Ours was the last kingdom in Norway to resist Harald's advance.
Styrbjorn is a much better person than Sigurd.
You do not know that. We could have fought back.
We could have, yes, and suffered countless deaths for no other reason than to protect our pride.
We will never know the truth.
Bloodily, they did not.
Because you were too
But
afraid to
Eivor
listen.
is an adoptive daughter.
Look after him, Eivor. And if you have the chance, lead
I got it from somewhere, Neutrina.
edge of the abyss.
He is my brother, not my dog. Be well, old man, and serve your king with honor.
So, right.
This sad business is finished. Good riddance. Now we sail for further shores. Do you mind
Now we're going to go to the far distant place of Herðafylka.
I will follow you as far as you wish in this world, brother. But if you mean to take us further, I may reconsider.
I do not think you will, Edward. I think you will marvel at what I have to show you.
Are you sure on this? Anyway, Primogenitor.
Dwelling
Scandinavians practiced part of inheritance, as did most of the early medieval world.
How present they are, like memories of yesterday.
So,
Describe them for me. Your visions.
My earliest was of a large door embedded in ice, far north of Helmut. The saga stone embedded at the top of its arch. As the visions grew stronger,
uh-huh.
the door opened, revealing many things.
Are you kidding? They'd have to model Svalbard then.
The golden fields of Valhalla, and the faces of our gods.
I think you don't quite understand how far away Svalbard is.
Warrior. I felt at home among them, warmed by their love.
Where we are right now, in Alrekstavir, to Svalbard, is 1,000 miles.
Have you? And what did they foretell?
It is hard to say. I've seen Odin leading me into shadows.
Literally 1,000 miles. This game isn't gonna do that.
From pools of blood.
So instead, they actually put it up pretty close to where Bergen is,
Branches of the world tree.
which is not a great choice.
Go on.
Valka warned me of a great betrayal, but what form it takes I cannot say.
I see.
I hold to my oaths, Sigurd. You know that. Betrayal is not in my nature.
Of course not. You are a stalwart, as a pillar of stone. Come now. My destiny awaits.
Okay. Anyway. Let's actually talk more history and the inheritance that Styrbjörn supposedly denied his son. So, yeah. The thing with part of inheritance is that, of course, the title can only go to one person. So, in some of the saga narratives, there are cases where they would literally invent chieftainships in order to make sure that the adoptive kids, foster kids, etc. would get something. Most famously, this is in Njal Saga, which goes... This is fictional, by the way, let's be clear. What happened in Njal Saga
So these earthly concerns seem so distant to me.
contradicts two other sources as to the invention of the Fifth Court of Iceland and the creation of 36 new chieftainships.
That is a powerful feeling.
We hold our own.
But...
We swing it where we may.
The woman, Fulke. In my time with her, as painful as it was,
Oh, stop talking, please. Please stop talking, I want to do history.
I am almost grateful
Anyway.
for treachery.
While Njal Saga is fictional, I don't see a particular reason to doubt the idea that they would come up with some title or splinter their lands in order to make sure that kids got something. It doesn't really sound like Eivor will get anything from Styrbjörn, but even though she should. Because even daughters did get something. They were able, theoretically, to... They were able to own property,
Tables and meat halls.
but not protect it.
There is the Sigurd I know.
So, problems.
Can we not return to England and together with
This is also the practice in mainland Europe. There's no meaningful difference in inheritance practice beyond, like, some nitpicks of, like, who precisely can own land and what precisely is happening. For the most part, though, we're looking at pretty much... it's getting really snowy. Pretty much similar inheritance practices between the German Saxons, the English Saxons, the Carolingians, and the Scandinavian peoples. Right? They're fundamentally all doing similar things. And obviously this does cause big problems of land constantly fracturing, and problems of how do you keep a kingdom get together when you keep having to split up your kingdom. And so, all the way into the 11th century, right, one of the biggest challenges is how do you hold a kingdom together without immediately having a civil war?
a wide rage stands in our way.
Keep moving forward,
You know the way.
as I know my own mind. We
Uh-huh.
cut through this
It's now vaguely snowy.
swords.
Because the rest of the game hasn't, the rest of Norway hasn't been.
A lonely fjord would be the shame of our clan.
Okay, since they just said Lonely Fjord, menu is not available. Fascinating.
That we would.
So, yeah. Still, right, the idea of course, when a title vanishes, no one can inherit it. And that happened with some of the chieftains of a sort.
Yes, this feels familiar.
Don't
Eivor,
jump.
we will
Don't.
press on. The rest of you, wait here.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna let them starve to death now. Don't mind us. Menu is still not available. I want to show you where we are, and how silly this is. Anyway, also somewhere up here is Mjolnir. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere up here. There's lightning striking somewhere over. If I see it, I'll go try and grab it, even though I can't yet, just to show you.
Of snow.
Sigurd, can we not wait for this to pass?
Ah, the sting of ice on skin. Revel in this, Eivor. We walk the footpath of the gods.
This is a bad idea.
More glaciers and deserts of snow.
Yes.
Glory!
Could we not wait until this tempest quiets down? With this ship where we have meat and food to warm us.
No! We must confront the omens and honor the gods.
Ah.
Seek or find you, we must go to them.
We would be poor company with frozen bones and ice pellets for eyes.
You need not fear the cold, Eivor. Where we are going, the winds and snows cannot touch.
Where is it? I actually don't know for sure where Mjolnir is. I haven't found it in my other file. That is a weird glowy bit, isn't it? The snow is glowing awfully peculiarly right here.
It is bitter cold.
And has... I'm hearing a music sting. Where is it? Nope, did I overshoot? I feel like it's supposed to be somewhere here, and I just can't pick it up yet. Right, because this is
It is bitter cold.
extremely glowy.
Niflheim. It is bitter cold.
Yeah, stop repeating that line, Eivor. I don't... Whatever, we'll just keep climbing up. I'm sure this'll be fine. Yeah. Whatever, we'll get it somewhere else. Right, because I can't pick it up right now anyway, because I'm missing the cloak. I need all 5 pieces of the set in order to be able to pick up Mjolnir anyway. So I'll have to finish...
It is bitter cold.
Is it? Okay. Whatever, I will get it off screen, because frankly I don't... You'll get to see it for the DLC. Let me phrase it that way. You'll get to see it for the DLC stream.
Keep steady. It should not be far now.
Sorry, that's a car.
It must be near.
I love when my neighbors accidentally set off the car alarms.
We are close.
For the sake of frozen fingers, I hope so.
So here we go, through this totally legitimate thing. Sounds legit. I do like this music though. I'll be fair. Right, this music is...
Be it. And ahead lies a cavern.
Will you not say where this leads?
You will see soon enough.
Too late to turn back, I fear.
There.
We haven't even gone that far. We've gone like 200 meters.
Gate.
Y'all have no... This game pretends everything is so far apart when you can walk it in like 4 minutes. Go in, Hetlir. Okay, this is another actual mythological reference, I'm pretty sure. Should have looked this up ahead of time. Yeah, And everything is... Everything is just giving me AC Valhalla. So I think, right, I'm fairly sure this is the cave where... Loot. We need more silver. I want to say that's the cave where...
The ice looks fragile. Can you clear it?
Again, I feel like this is supposed to be the cave where the sword Gartmer, or sorry, where the hound Gartmer lives and will howl to signal Ragnarok. I think that's where we're looking at. And yes, I did rummage around in the cave for small change, because you can still pick up small change in the end of the game for all of that for like 12 gold. So, Sigurd runs off that way, so we're gonna run off this way. Hey, look! Circuitry. Luckily, doesn't go that hard.
Gungnir, is it you?
We did, in fact, just get Gungnir. Oh, thank you. It gave us the world back. So, Rígifylke. Hörðafylke. A lonely, distant fjord. Well, the town of Bergen is about right here. So distant, so far away. Never will we be found again. Anyway, Gungnir. Its perk is long. A legendary spear once wielded by Odin himself, it is said this fine weapon never missed its mark. Good. That is, as far as it goes, true. Interesting. You know, the model when we pulled it out was a different model than what this is. I'm pretty sure they used the Kantvar spear to pull for that model. I'm not sure. The design is, well, one, broken. Never a good sign when your spearhead is cracked halfway through. Just gonna throw that out there. Probably not great. And two, is generally speaking a sort of winged design like the Carolingian pike, though seems to have a spike on the other end, which is not a early medieval thing. So, meh. I mean, all the spears do that. Just as a reality of storing things on your back, they need to shrink the asset. Let's not make fun of a reality of not having this run around. It looks silly. It looks a little bit silly, but let's not make fun of it because it doesn't matter. It does look a little bit too pointed. Anyway, though there's actually nothing wrong with the description of it. It is right. The idea that it is a spear that never misses is just true, and it is correctly. It was given to Odin by the sons of Ivaldi, and it is his signature weapon.
Space above. The saga stone sat there, did it not?
Long, long ago, yes. Now stand clear. Svachoi nokvat uns membro trurvondi kvorde. Un solas vras hnokadide. Unsum hujas reisterae chasaunsi.
So, I guess Isu? I guess that's supposed to be Isu, which is supposed to be Proto-Indo-European.
My visions
What it's actually sounded like is like vaguely Slavic, but horribly mispronounced. Horribly mispronounced. It's like, so Isu is supposed to be like an ancestor to Proto-Indo-European, which means that it is actually just like random sounds mushed together. Because that's not actually, you can't have an ancestor to Proto-Indo-European using actual rigorous methods, because the methods for showing cognates fail at late Proto-Indo-European, and that's with a language group that we have a lot of attestations for. But yeah, right, it does sound like Scandinavian and Slav. The h is a very Slavic thing, as is the consonant clusters. Right, the consonant clusters are extremely Slavic, but it refused to actually commit to them being clusters. No nsm. It said like nasm or something.
I don't know what to say. This is all so strange.
trust this place, Eivor. This old and sacred place.
Where does it lead?
To the Hall of the Slain, the Golden Fields. To Valhalla.
Yeah. The idea that... I don't know what to feel about like them thinking that Valhalla is a literal physical place. I don't think that's right, but at the same time, this sort of descent here could be interpreted as a passing into the other world, and thereby be fine.
And this cavern,
So,
deep and humming with magic.
so Lithuanian is the most grammatically conservative Indo-European language. It still has an absolute boatload of sound changes, but its grammar has changed the least.
The old tree. The tree of life.
What is this?
See how proudly she sits. How beautiful she gleams. Hear all the roots of life
So,
come together.
yeah,
This would cry for
here we go.
such a sight.
And there is more to come. I swear by all the names of the Old Father, this is only a
Ooh,
taste.
I like that oath.
My visions go further, to Odin's great hall.
It looks nothing like a tree. But it does look like the Isu metaplot thing that we saw from Loki's Animus Anomalies. Also, you know, I don't mind it. It looks rad as hell. Shush. We're walking around, we're exploring the place, deal with it. Like, right, we are going full in on the metaplot, and rather than critiquing this part of the metaplot,
The sacred
I would rather just
I've never seen
accept the fact that this looks rad as hell.
shrine is ours. It will open for us. Watch and see for yourself.
How do you know these things? Was all this in your vision?
All this and more.
But yeah, you know, Yggdrasil has been argued in bad ways and good ways, or I should say by rigorous academic work and by less than rigorous academic work, to be actually based on the Milky Way and its inhabitants in some way based on constellations. So, hey look! You remember her from the beginning of the game, right? Literally stream number 2, when we saw Valka's mother. I assume that she just like dropped a whole... She brought arrows with when she traveled to this place, and then just like littered them around. Meh. But yeah, so...
It's returning to me now.
Obviously, it being sci-fi, it being like 75,000-year-old sci-fi spirit
Shining arm
genetic memory machine
grant us access to the refuge
is not
Valhalla.
a
Are you ready?
academically viable interpretation as to the origins of Yggdrasil.
Sigurd, take great care.
But
We should not tinker with the tools of the gods.
You speak for yourself, Eivor. For I am I see that now. I know it.
as far as the interpretations and cultural dissent goes, this is hardly the worst instance Assassin's Creed has done, and also just roll with it, right? As far as this goes, this doesn't matter because it is at least phrased in easy terms as a tree.
Sigurd!
Right? It's described as a tree. It looks like a tree. Just roll. Sometimes the metaplot is allowed to metaplot. And it's okay. It can be okay.
Hail you givers. The guest has come.
Oh, that is a quote from Haukenermal. Which hasn't been composed yet, but I recognize that line. And let's go back to pretending to be historical in some way. Yeah, as one of the quotes the Valkyrie says, as she's leading Haukon the Good to Valhalla. And Haukenermal is composed by one of Haukon's personal friends, named Eyvindur. So,
What is this?
it's like, it's fine. They did it good. That is the correct context for that quote to appear. So huzzah. Yes, this is in fact a VR within a VR. Let's roll with it. Pellet rugs. Fine. Not amazing, but fine. You'd assume that they would actually, like, have wooden floors here because this is actually Valhalla. But the important thing, right, is that all of this looks very fundamentally in the same sort of visual style of Norseness that this game has constructed. This all fits, right? This Valhalla is not the weird techno-futurist thing of the mythological Valhalla. Or mythological Asgard, I should say. Right, it is Valhalla. And yeah, I mean, like, we've got stave churches. And stave churches, and stave churches, and stave churches. But they've already accepted, right, that this is not a thing. Right, since I have said that the whole temples to the gods are stave churches, it is totally coherent with their aesthetic to have the temples to the gods flanking Valhalla to be stave churches. Anyway, Yggdrasil and the Aurora. The Aurora is for metaplot reasons, but I want to make very clear, right? The Aurora is the worst. As far as it goes, the Aurora is the least good part of this depiction of Ausgarder, or of Valhalla. Now, I would prefer, of course, rather than this being open air, that this is a giant longhouse, but whatever. But the Northern Lights don't really appear in Norse mythology. Daraverlioð from Njál Saga, probably a poem from the early 11th century, which is the time period it supposedly takes place. It is supposedly recited. That's actually probably correct dating by the saga, but the saga is from 1275. Claims one of the omens for the battles of Clontarf is said to be the Valkyries riding, which is almost certainly the Northern Lights. And then a farmer in Iceland follows them and comes to a hall and sees the Valkyries weaving a tapestry out of entrails.
Eivor, Tyr said you would come. Well,
Svala, hello.
Are you Velka's mother? Svala?
So yeah,
You have a keen eye, Wolfkist.
After all this time, Eivor, we have arrived. Now raise a horn with Freya here and sing a victory song.
Sigurd, what is all this? Your arm has returned, and your vicar as well.
Glory eternal, Eivor. Here we dine in the great hall of the slain. At long last. Oh, I want to scream with joy.
This is...
And Leander, I have not seen Songard. We'll be playing through Skyrim eventually. We're going to play a different game first, but then we will do Skyrim.
Come here. To the field. Fight with us.
Go, Eivor. Enjoy the fight. You have earned your place here.
Alright, Freya. There are some wild things in Skyrim. Right, there are some absolutely wild mythological references. Like, I ran into Volsung, you know, like, way out in the Reach. Because I've been playing through it occasionally, like, on my own time. Just for fun, obviously, because I do actually enjoy playing video games. As surprising as it sounds. Kaboom. Kaboom. Nope. So... Boom, boom.
Don't be a coward, Eivor. Come, fight me.
Yeah, we're just running around with Tyr sword and Odin spear. We're awesome.
Now the real dance. Here. Come, fight me.
Sigurd, this place is incredible.
Enough with those short flies. You and I must fight.
The battle we never had.
And hold nothing back. For here we
Also
do not
good.
fear a thing.
Right, as far as this goes, this is saying, hey, look at that.
Spill the eternal blood of
Ow. Wow, we are freaking... We freaking wrecked him. We just knocked his arm off with our axe when we kicked him.
Worry not, Eivor.
And all the injuries that will be sustained
There are no scars here.
will regrow.
Wisdom.
You just heal.
The day is done.
And now everyone is healed because this is what the Einherjar do. And then you go and you feast and you all have a good time, having all proved your valor, having done a feat. Right? Because that's what it is. Ultimately, it is you go forth and you, like with the tale of Thor and Utgard the Loki, the point is proving that you earn a spot through the performance of a feat. Consistently reinforcing that you have earned spots through performances of feats. And if you are injured or fail, worry not, you get to try again tomorrow. And it's fine. And since we are the gods participating in the battles of the Einherjar, we just frickin' explode them, and it still is fine. I really don't have a lot to complain about with this depiction of Valhalla. It pretty well matches what the Hall of the Slain looks like according to the Prose Edda, except the fact that the hall is not a longhouse and is short of a lot of doors. Short of a lot of doors. It's supposed to have like 30 doors, each wide enough for 400 people to walk through at one time. Right? Huge hall. And this is not the largest hall of Norse mythology. Gimli is. The hall in the Vidblauen that will survive Ragnarok and will become the new place of the gods. That hall is even bigger. Now, of course, places I wish were in here that aren't. I wish that there was something that looked like Breiðablik. Or, what's his face? Thor's Hall. I can't remember its name. Return. God dang it. Right, there isn't a lot of... I don't want it to be Bilski... Thrudvangur. There it is. Thrudvangur. And technically Bilskirnir, the Shining Hall, and then Thrud's Hall. Yeah. Exactly. Something like Breakclap, I guess, actually probably works better for Bill. Yeah. Thrudvangur is Thrudur's Hall, so the name of Thor's daughter, which is awesome. Thrudvangur is a better attested name than Bilskirnir.
Sigurd,
So,
your arm has grown back.
It was never gone, Eivor. Not truly. Nothing is permanent here. I told you. Nothing save the courage and reputation of its warriors.
Are we immortal in this place?
Let us discover that together.
sure.
New day.
A new day, a new fight. But yeah, right, in the tale of Thor and Loki, Thor and Thjalfi and etc. and Loki each do their feats, and Thor gets real pissed off when he fights Atli. But that's at the same time the next line in the story in the Prose Edda is, well, wow, look at that. They all laughed and made merry and had a good time the rest of the night.
Aha! Bit to the marrow's bed.
Again, you've lost your arm.
And again it will return.
Uh-huh.
Father, is that you?
And it's another new day. And there's another new day. Also, yes, we still do have the Last Supper on our shoulder. Just let's roll with it. AC, yes but no, but yes but no. Right, because what is the point of this last quest of the game? Right, this is the point where the quote-unquote dumbness is all actually identifiable, logical, creative decisions for the story they are trying to tell. When we have seen the story, we'll talk about it and how the last quest succeeds and fails.
Take your horn.
Oh, Leander, did I miss a couple? Did I miss a couple there? Can you refund 2 of...
Dearest skald of war and verse, how do you like this frenzy so far?
It is quite something.
Okay, wait, I didn't miss any? Cool. Double flail.
You? My father, Baron.
Okay. Yes.
Have you seen him in this hall? I have not.
Got it.
Should he be here?
Should he be here? A good question.
No, he died a coward.
No.
Yet by Odin's eye, I swear I have seen
No, he didn't. This, right, I still disagree with this fundamental choice. It's a creative decision to have it be obsessed, but I don't think it's actually justified by our actual understanding of, I guess, Norse honor and what is and is not okay. Right, I don't...
I saw you, father. Where are you?
I have very, very mixed feelings, because, right, on the one hand, it's a creative arc decision that gives a story arc that works, more or less. But I'm not persuaded that Varen actually died as a coward.
We are proud to serve you, Javi.
There will at least be one more fight, so don't worry. There is at least one more.
Have you seen Baron? Who? Baron, my father.
Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow never comes.
They do. I did not notice that. That's real funny.
Baron? Father.
Let me run. What is the point? I must slowly walk away. There we go.
Where is he?
How the out, you thrall!
Smush, smush. It was friendly fire. I murked them. I assume the howling is a reference to the poem in which there is, people howling. What's the line? It's a skaldic verse from, like, the early 9th century, or mid-9th century, where it says, like, the Berserker howl and the Ulfhednar do something. Whatever. Never elaborates on what those mean, but it's like our first reference to Berserker and Ulfhednar being actual things.
Do you not tire of these injuries?
Never!
Wait. Father.
Don't worry about it, Leander. We just did. Also, yeah, we did just take an arrow to the eyeball. It sure did. Did a Harold Godwinson. Exactly, right, KJ? It's an extremely narrow definition, and they're taking the approach that in order to achieve Valhalla, you must die fighting to the last breath, and you must die with a weapon in your hand.
Eivor, you have a guest.
You should have knocked first.
Nonsense. I brought
This dude, it never says which eye it is. It's just one eye.
Eivor, there you are. What a warrior you have made of yourself. I am overfilled with pride.
Right?
How
So
did you
it
find
needs...
your way?
Those two conditions are what this game says.
You remember our great battle. You remember how we fought side by side with your mother and Sigurd and our clans united.
We fought, Father. But you did not. You died a coward.
Again, not...
Enjoy this. Your father has returned.
I genuinely don't know. Right? I genuinely don't know.
You lost all your love for life?
That is not
If
Father.
in medieval Norse culture, Varin would have actually gone to, or been thought to go to the Hall of the Gods, I'm not sure that Varin would have believed in the Hall of the Gods,
To see your father.
as opposed to just being a spirit world. But old age is not actually...
I do not wish to see him where he should not be.
Your father died doing what he hoped would save you. He
Yeah.
died to protect you.
Exactly. And, if dying of old...
No.
Right? Because he was slain.
End of our road.
According to
This is
the Prose Edda, the condition is
golden field.
is slain
Battle back and
by literally every mention. Unless if you really say that this is dishonorable or in some way a criminal death, then in which case the Prose Edda would say Naustrund. But should actually be, seems to me, it should... if the condition is just is slain, then we should have Varden meet that condition.
How is all this possible?
And yeah, right, they do leverage it quite nicely, right? Having made the decision they did, which is not a decision I agree with. Peter, you point out she breaks free of the illusion because she so strongly thinks her father should be in hell. And the gang goes, yeah, that's right. And, I mean, they're leveraging that trauma to good effect. As far as, it's not a decision I agree with, but it's a decision that is being used intelligently, in order to give her a plausible reason to be suspicious of literally everything about Valhalla.
How are the slain brought here? The Valkyries know this. Only them. No, that cannot be true. None of
Odin
this feels
knows
right.
because he tells the Valkyries to do this.
Do not despair, Eivor. Look, your friends are here. Everyone.
No, they aren't.
Is here beside you.
Hey! It's the guy that died earlier. Is Dag in this? Where is Dag? No, I did not see Dag in this.
No, they are not real.
So, this is actually another creative decision I disagree with. In that they give all of the gods generative powers, right? The ability to craft illusions from anything and everything.
Not like this. You would resign yourself to an empty death? The ecstasy I feel here is an illusion. I'd sooner call like a raven than sing a false song. Illusion or not. Here
We
there
did
is
send Dag to Valhalla, I think.
pain,
If I remember right.
no loss,
We didn't send Ivar, but we did send Dag.
not like out there. You want this? To live inside a lie? I am an old woman with a broken body. What life I had left was brief. So I bid farewell
So,
to my dear Volka
anyway,
and came here.
right?
I wish
Familial
you well.
trauma and letting go of the
Not for me.
thing that reinforces the trauma, right? The desires that reinforce the trauma is supposed to be Eivor's character
I
arc.
must find Sigurd.
And the game does it okay, right? As far as what it actually is and can be, the game, wow, that was freaking murderous. Just like cut off their heads with the edge of your shield. That's fine. But anyway,
Odin! Stick with me. Almost there. Odin, are you?
oh no, I don't hate it. I genuinely don't hate the decision. It's not the greatest decision, but as far as a character arc, it is. It usually works. There are some things where I can't decide if it works, but yeah. The people here are pinatas. Yes, you are correct. We do just explode them on a whim.
The arm! The arm!
Yeah, because you're Tyr. By the way, once again, Tyr loses his hand at the wrist.
Leave with me now and return to
Exactly, right? I would not make the same choice. I would not tell this story. I don't think this is the strongest story they could say.
I am someone
I don't think this is the best story they could tell. But it is
a god.
a choice.
Here I may live
And having made the choice, they executed adequately. Kaboom.
Cows die. Family die.
Quoting Havamal.
You must die.
Deir fjær, deir frænda, deir sjálfur sama.
Who's died. In here you have no reputation, but out there, it's not too late. Every day the same empty war, the same hollow victory, spilling blood that tastes of water and smells of grass.
And as I said, they perform it adequately, except
Battle, real glory.
that here they just undercut it, because she's talking to Sigurd about actual glory and actual reputation. Using genuine Norse information and wisdom, but
Am I destined to follow you everywhere? Till the end of my life?
that is the actual widely attested Germanic belief.
Alright,
But
we go.
Eivor just said,
I do not give you leave to go.
okay, sure. How to phrase this? They just said that Eivor finds glory, or this infinite glory, to be undesirable, and in this scene will reinforce it.
To find.
Exactly.
Walk with me.
They also took my gear. I'm now wearing the basic Ravens Clan set,
Your reputation
and only have Varen's axe.
warriors will sing forever.
So, right, she's about to reject reputation as the driving force of life. After just persuading Sigurd to leave because of wanting to be glory,
At the edge of death, yet fought back.
and having just before that told Freya that this glory, immortality and glory was not for her. That she doesn't want this.
Spilled the raven wine of battle to paint whole kingdoms red.
So I just said they did it adequately, but right, they're trying to find a mix between rational modern semi-atheist,
You have killed
and
kings and crowned them as you desire.
also
Bowing to
con- preserving a Norse interest and desire for a reputation as an inherent good.
You stood tall where your brother stumbled, yet still you came to his aid. You have felled many great foes in your brief time.
Yeah, we're like 30.
You have earned your place here, Eivor. Seize it.
No. Can't make me.
Stand aside. My people need me.
I have given you everything you wanted, everything you needed.
You gave me nothing. It was all me.
Yeah, we did.
Cleared your path.
No, we did do the opposite of what you said the entire time.
Fly buzzing in my ear.
Yes, Raven Wine is an actual ketting for blood, Neutrino.
Everything you believe in stirs before you. Yet you question all. You question the very gods.
Hell yeah, we do. Ow.
Fight me. Do not diminish yourself.
Your corpse hole is nothing but a dream.
Nothing but a dream. A dream is as real as anything in this world. Do dreams not inspire? Do dreams not make us fearful?
He just whiffed that?
Push men to their greatest glories.
Then I am done with dreaming.
He sucks. He really sucks at killing us. We can just like punch him with our hidden blade, and it's fine. It's fine.
Eivor, stand.
Alright. We standing. We in this. We back in this. His spear that never misses is missing in all. Like there. I'm pretty sure that was just a bug. Ow. A lot of blood coming off of him. Not even hard. Not even a little bit hard. Just parrying literally Odin. It's fine. That doesn't surprise me. Sorry, guys. The visuals probably are just going to do that because there's so many fog effects here that my internet just can't handle. So I'm really sorry. That's just... We're going to have to tolerate. I'll get through this section fast. Bye. Run away. So, if we try and leave right now, the game won't let us. The game will literally drag us back. And so, yeah.
Take up your axe.
No thanks.
Wield like a true warrior.
Nah. I'd rather not.
You are a leader made.
I'd rather not.
Take up your axe.
Okay, we've become an assassin. We just use our hidden blade to stab an Isu. What could be more assassiny? So hopefully you guys can at least hear okay. I know it's a slideshow, but these lines are really important.
You feeble down thrall. Leave me now. You are nothing. With me, have wisdom, glory, power.
Things that all of his charms do. The charms in help him all are give magic powers and glory and stuff. And so, right, this is supposed to be Eivor's apotheosis. Or whatever the literal opposite of that is. Right, rejects, truly rejecting the things valuable in Norse culture according to the gods.
The hanged one awakes. Feet upon the ground once more.
Eivor!
Hey, hanged one, Hangatir.
Basim, what is this?
Come closer, Eivor. Let me get a better look at you.
Leave him be, Basim.
For too long I stared at the sun. It blinded me to the truth. That it was you. It was you I wanted all along.
Did you track us here? Like a cowardly fox concealed in the brush?
No, that's just hunting.
You widowed my destiny, wolf-kissed. You broke all my hopes.
He's mad, Eivor. Silence him.
Come, Eivor. Come save your crippled prince of dead ravens.
Okay, so I am not going to... I'm sorry, I am not going to double shield against Loki. No way, no how. We're going to go back to double mythological. Because, you know, what would be better to fight a god than by,
Are you hurt? It is nothing. Go. Kill that background.
You must suffer 1,000 times what I suffered.
What is this about?
My son, Eivor. This is about my son.
You speak nonsense, Basim.
Where did he go? There he is.
Forgiveness is impossible.
So much in England. Fought and bled together.
Dig, Eivor.
Come on. Not even hard.
Speak your grievance. Show yourself. I do not wish to fight with you.
He just used a grappling hook. He just... Rude. Okay, he climbed up top.
What
Can't see shit.
battle serve? Let us speak.
I have waited countless ages for this moment. No
Uh-huh.
more talk.
There is no enemy health bar. KJ, the reason you cannot see the enemy health bar is because there is no enemy health bar. I just need to do enough damage until stuff will happen. Luckily, he's being very considerate, to be honest. There we go. Up.
Show me your neck. Show me. The kiss of a wolf takes my prize. Of course.
So, yeah.
Rise. My son will not have suffered in vain.
You spout nonsense like an ale.
Eivor appears to have not put 2 and 2 together.
So be it.
Despite having witnessed all the mythological arcs, Eivor still seems to have not put anything together. Oh, he just tried to use my own harpoon ability against me.
I want you to suffer.
Rude. By the way, there is a problem of using Gungnir and any other weapon at the same time. It's that Gungnir is too long and knocks people too far away. No, you cannot harpoon me. I refuse. Sorry. Just gonna run this way. Are these mushrooms? Winter chanterelle? Winter chanterelle. Voila. Problem solving. Ow.
You will not die in peace. You will never see
Well, that hurt.
or your people again. Ah, damn!
Just sliced his arm open.
Let's make this more interesting. We'll drag Sigurd into
So,
the fray.
let's do in the dark. The reason why Basim is fighting you is that Basim has been completely subsumed by Loki.
Fight me here.
Like, Basim, since the beginning, has been just Loki. Loki's real salty about the whole, Odin trapping, the whole Binding of Fenrir thing. And because Eivor is Odin, he's actually been trying to hunt down, make the Isu manifest, and then, in order to be able to properly kill the relevant person.
Sigurd, be careful. He's coming for you.
I know, all these convenient cave mushrooms that are not cave mushrooms, just for us to get health.
Oathbreaker, you'll die here.
This brings me no joy, Justice Bringer. You were always so kind, but you chose the wrong side.
By the way, Justice Bringer, no.
I am your prize, Basim. Come.
I'm not... Yeah, it's never said what Loki actually is. Well, that was fast. Ow. Our armor, it does nothing.
Sigurd! Stop this thing! Douse its fire!
Ow. But yeah, no, so he has always been
He does. But in darkness.
Loki, and so, like, was using, I guess, was trying to get Sigurd to meet Fulke in order to try and awaken who he thought was Odin.
Yes. Gods, am I to be hounded by a parade of blood-minded traitors the whole of my life? There is no end to this.
Yeah.
You want to say, and say it.
I need some time to breathe. Let me
So,
sit
yeah, I mean, I guess this is technically Loki being bound, all of the mythology. I think it's
a
just,
familiar sting that I cannot place.
I don't know.
He was raving, Sigurd.
Yeah.
Without sense or reason.
Eivor just refuses to interpret the visions at all.
I'm not mad, Eivor. These things I see and feel.
Sigurd's done being terrible. Sigurd is done being terrible. He's, like, rejected Tyr. And so now can be
Always spoke true.
not terrible.
Cast our eyes towards home. It's a long journey and I'm not well.
Home. Eivor,
Uh-huh.
on our journey here. I have
Yeah,
much time
I mean, I can't...
in the ecstasy.
It's really funny to have an Assassin's Creed game where the protagonist
My time as the Jarl of our
repeatedly,
clan is short.
at every turn, rejects the metaplot as a real thing.
Do you mean this?
Randvi told me of your bravery, courage, wisdom. In my
Oh, good.
absence, you were a pillar of stone.
I think I got the good ending.
And I her. But that cannot be the only reason.
When Dar called you out and challenged you to a duel, you let him die with honor, in spite of his betrayal.
He did what he felt was right. And I honored that.
I recall our days in Oxenifordshire, our search for the Saka Stone. You disagreed with my orders, but you followed them. You questioned my methods, my aims, but you did not disobey. In all my days away, in my fog of confusion,
Uh-huh.
you have shown great wisdom.
We get good ending. Congratulations, guys.
Where you go, Eivor, I will follow. Our clan is yours to lead.
Thank you, brother. I won't let you down.
So, the bad ending is exactly the same, except, Sigurd goes, nah, I can't stay with you anymore, I'm just gonna bum around in Norway.
Years ago, before we left for England, I saw a vision.
Exactly.
That foretold a betrayal.
Now Randvi and Sigurd will get a divorce and we can romance her to our heart's content.
Used to believe it. I would never do such a thing, I told myself. But in the years since, I have robbed you of your dreams. Of England.
Yeah, but England was a dumb place to try and build a settlement, so
Feel
whatever.
I wronged you, brother. I will make it right.
We cannot unweave our fates, Eivor. All is laid before us, from the day we are born. To be
In this case, quite literally.
like wrestling the ocean. A pointless struggle.
We two ragged ravens.
Divorce could just kind of happen. So, as with all legal cases, divorce is perfectly a legal thing coded in. And the important is that you do it in the correct manner using the correct formulations of words. As long as you do that, it doesn't. You can do it at pretty much any time for like a dozen different valid reasons, including impotence. But the important thing is just to have the correct formulation, which I don't have memorized. I don't. So yeah, you could just but it was totally fine and actually pretty easy to do.
What's all that?
I think that was the solution to our problem.
Oh, metaplot time. Fair warning, I've not played this part. I, like, left the game on my main playthrough here. So, Lizard in the Dark, the idea is supposed to be that Loki... Basim has been Loki the entire time and has been manipulating us. It's not like he just randomly got hijacked. It's that he started there and has been just trying to make Odin manifest in order to kill him.
Mass coronal ejections so large, it should have wrecked all life on Earth.
I remember. I worked at Abstergo then.
It was Desmond who saved us. He knew how to stop it.
Hey, look, recapping AC 1 through 3.
Something about their satellite network.
That's bullshit. It was Desmond. He pulled the switch that saved the world.
But that switch is still on. Still generating a magnetic field. One that's growing stronger every day.
The temple Eivor found. That's where the field originates.
Based on literally what evidence?
Running for 8 years.
Based on literally what evidence do we make this conclusion?
Dangerous now. Heat, radiation.
Doesn't matter. We have to fix it. Shut it down.
Lizard in the Dark. I think the argument is supposed to be that,
All of this is starting to make sense.
if he killed the sage, if he just went around killing all these two sages, they would just crop up again. They'd crop up again somewhere else. But Loki seems to think that by making Odin fully manifest, can then properly kill
Otherwise,
Odin.
it won't make it past the first gate.
Right, of course. Okay. I'm ready.
Okay. I'll pack the van.
So,
And I'll contact our ship. It can be in Boston Harbor by tomorrow night.
Thanks, Max.
they all look extremely tired. Layla more so than, like, anyone else. Because, yeah. They've been through a lot.
Thanks for keeping it steady in there.
You surf this thing better than anyone I know.
That's not true, is it?
Well, nearly. Be careful out there. And come back in one piece.
Thanks, Max.
Let's go take a look at Eivor one more time. Because we can just do that. But not at the outhouse. Need to find the actual site. There's the site. Hey Eivor, how you doing? You feeling okay? Looking a little thin there. But good finds. Wish we had literally any of this material culture in our video game. Literally any of it would be awesome. I don't despise any of it. Oh yeah, they absolutely did that. You know, the redeeming factor, Lizard, is that Basim is not the only Middle Eastern character that is not an immortal magic child in the video game. Because Hytham exists. And Hytham's smart, and Hytham kind of figures it out. Or rather, I should say, the head honchos. I believe there is a note that we can find,
Thanks for
where,
use that. Thanks.
we can make it... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. But yeah, they could have just not done that. There were other options they could have done. And I present again the idea that they could have had like the same overarching meta plot kind of, and set this in the 11th century and solved a lot of problems. I believe that would have, just like two changes in design philosophy, in genre and setting, would open the door to fix a lot of these design problems.
I'm ready.
It's a long way to Beantown. Hop in.
Now we're going to Boston. We'll talk more about that on the tail end, though, I think. Because obviously, right, there isn't a whole lot of video game left in the main story. But that means we've got time for a breakdown of a lot of stuff. Oh look, we're just in Norway now.
Sean,
We made it.
here.
Ah, good.
We go to Boston in order to get on a boat to go to Norway.
Inside.
Not yet, but there's 100 feet of ice above me.
All right, we may lose touch when you push through, so remember what we talked about. Watch your meters carefully, for radiation especially, and keep the staff close.
Got it.
Standing by.
Yeah, we're not doing Hamptonshire. We're just not going to do Hamptonshire, because I'm not... No. So yeah, this is the staff of Hermes Trismegistus, which we found in Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
I'm in.
And remember, do not cut the machine off. Just slow it down. The field it generates, but still protect the Earth.
I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
The elevator still works.
75,000 years. What's another millennium or two?
Yeah, 75,000
It's
years.
getting hotter already.
Yes, by our reckoning, it's gonna go up by about 16
Ow.
degrees Celsius.
It draws so much power.
Tectonics is our best theory. The movements of the Earth's crust, the churning lava
What?
beneath. Huge source of energy.
So they're just...
That's tech humans should have. Energy, not pieces of...
They're just... Geothermal.
Shit, you're breaking up, Sean. Forget it. I'll call you when I'm topside.
About that.
Here we go.
Also, that wasn't inaudible. He said, I'll call you back when I'm topside. Something like that. But, yeah, they're just using geothermal. Which is a very dangerous way of doing geothermal. Like, you don't wanna mess with that level of oomph. I mean, it's not geomagnetic because they're generating a magnetic field using the power. They're not drawing the power from the magnetics. It seems like, no, what they're literally doing is either just turning the motion of the Earth's plates into, friction into power, or they're trying to use, like, magma upwelling, and the heat that generates from heat rising from the core as a power source. So, right, that's taking the heat from the upwelling from magma cycles, which is geothermal, on just a huge scale.
Must have collapsed when the ice melted.
Wait, what? What do you mean collapsed when the ice... Do you mean in, like, the last 4 years? Because it sure didn't melt in the, Sure did not use, melt in the last 800 before the 21st century. Because that's not how that works. Because the Viking Age is at the start of the medieval warm period. But, yeah, this must be in, like, the last 8 years of just the 16 degrees Celsius caused it all to break. I'm just going to go with that and assume no end before then. Because 16 degrees Celsius is kind of nuts. Right, that's a lot of oomph. What is the random wall of stuff. Anyway. It doesn't matter because it's all technobabble anyway. They're just doing... They are doing stuff. And here we go. More. We love the modern day sections of Assassin's Creed, we really do.
Don't look down.
Well, that's not going to be fun. Yeah, there's just a bunch. It's just technobabble, right? And ultimately, their easy tech just literally doesn't work. Not how literally any of this works. But we roll with it because you're assuming that there's a super advanced civilization that lived 75,000 years ago that did stuff. Just accept the basic assumption. It works because magic, yes. Yup. I would definitely avoid putting my hands on the weird glowy radiation. I would agree. This is a bad idea. But what can we do? Bad decisions are gonna bad decision. Right, since when has Layla...
End their life here, unless they felt it was just beginning.
Since when has Layla Hassan been known to make smart decisions in any game she has appeared in? Wait, why is it telling me to focus when I literally can't do that?
It's just like the Animus. It's just like the Animus.
You dropped the... Layla, you had one job.
This is Eivor's Valhalla. Or a simulation of it. So what am I looking for? Will I know it when I see it?
Ta-da! We are in Valhalla again. Well, this is exciting, isn't it? A little bit of an unstable simulation, though. Well, a few several... Oh, they did, didn't they? God damn it. Oh, well. Well, that happened. Yeah, it was just a stave church and a stave church and a stave church and a stave church and a stave church. Interesting. With then... I like these mountains a little bit more than I like the actual Norway mountains, to be honest.
Thing feels off.
Is it the flying shields? Layla, is it the glitching things or is it the flying objects? You tell me. Or the loss of all color in the world. No? Not feeling it?
What is this?
Okay. Was it the Nornir? So the Nornir, I think I said this in like the very first stream. Wait.
Pushing this machine to its
Also, it's turned into mythological Asgard. Well, we weren't paying attention. Yeah. It's turned into the same bright blue Isu memory. Road trip Asgard. Which again is written in a fine way with it alternating like left right, right left, upright, upside down. It's fine. But so as I said in like the very first stream, right, there are 3 capital N Norns. And then there's a whole bunch of lowercase n Norns. And the lowercase ones are the ones who seem to do more like daily stuff, being related to Svalkona or Völler, while the capital 3 Nordnir do it this exact weaving for the fates of the gods. But I'm very curious as to who they say. Right, are they saying that the Nordnir are...
They flatter me. I am only a guest in their world.
Okay, so the Nordnir are the AI that runs Yggdrasil. Okay.
Basim, you sent the message. You led us to Eivor's grave.
Yes. A hopeful message, was it not?
How? You've been trapped here for a millennium. Eivor put you here.
Indeed. But I'm not alone in this place. Not always. I have a friend who helps me. Together, we read the calculations.
Oh gee,
Eivor's probable resting place.
I wonder who the friend could possibly be.
Through the digital lasses that enwebs this earth like a spider's nest.
Hey, lucky referencing spiders.
In our day, all the world was connected like this. A superorganism of technology. The staff you carry, the temples you have visited, all of it speaks as one.
Okay.
May I show you something?
Sure.
I imagine you can do anything you want in this place.
Not as much as you might think. I am tethered to my body in a most uncomfortable way.
But you can slow this machine down. You know how it works.
Yes. We'll do it together. For another catastrophe is near at hand.
Mm-hmm.
This node of time has an ugly way of correcting itself. Go ahead.
You're a hard man to trust. You must know that.
Hey, Layla said us smart.
You're not obliged to trust me. But this is all I can offer.
God damn it.
And then she does it anyway. Proud of you, Layla.
Silence, Udur. Verdandi. Skald. Be at ease. Your day of rest has come.
At peace. At last. We rest.
Uh-huh.
Is that it? Is it done? Basim! Where are you? What is that?
Layla, you had almost a whole second. Almost a whole second of having more than one brain cell, and you screwed it up.
Nothing. Wipe all data. Run it again.
Are you going to find something this time?
Layla. Hello.
You know me?
Yes. Through the calculations I read here in the gray. 8 years ago, the odds of your arrival were 15,055,003,276 to 1.
Those are low odds.
As the years passed by, those odds improved. And as of yesterday, near even. It's a pleasure to meet you at last.
Desmond has lost all personality. I'm impressed.
I am the reader of the calculations. All these possible futures for you and the world outside. I have spent much of my new life reading these, searching for a way to finish everything we started so long ago.
It is Nolan North.
Here, you slow down this machine and save the world, from which point all possible futures expand. Millions upon millions of possible roads. But in every one, another catastrophe recurs. The node collapses and the world is wiped out. The human race dwindles and fades.
Oh no.
I must keep looking. I must find the solution for you. I must leave you with something.
This node. This is right now where I slow down this machine?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I start all my calculations from this point. The only thing I know for certain.
That seems limiting.
How do you mean?
What if you went back further, to 2012 when Desmond saved the world?
Desmond?
What if
Smart.
he didn't save the world? What if he walked away and let the world burn? Look at those timelines. Read them instead.
Why?
I see. An interesting idea.
Wait, why?
Fascinating.
Why would that work?
Billions of new timelines to explore.
Exactly. These are timelines that never came to pass, but they could have. If Desmond had let the world be destroyed, maybe the humans that survived would have learned something from the disaster. And maybe in one of those timelines they could have found a way to prevent it from happening ever again.
That is brilliant.
What?
How did you come to that idea?
If you spend too much time narrowing down what's possible, you may never give another thought to the improbable.
Wait, no.
Thank you for your insights, Layla.
Hang on.
It's only the beginning. We have a lot of data to sift through.
Are you
What?
staying?
Until we find something useful, I will. I don't want this to happen
Huh?
ever again.
You may not have much time, Layla. The machine is powered down, but the radiation, it will linger for decades. By my calculations, you have 73 seconds before your exposure is lethal.
I'm not worried. I have the Staff of Eden. It heals and protects.
No, you do not.
What? How? Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Layla! Smooth brain.
Find a solution together. However long it takes. And if that means I can never leave, so be it. All of this to the people I hurt. The people I love.
Yes, I know the feeling.
Let's get going, huh? A few billion timelines might take a while.
It will. But it will not feel like it. That is what I like about this place.
So they just... So, right, the idea of running counterfactual histories in order to say, well, let's take a look at things that may have been. And in the may have been, seek to better learn why things happened and why things didn't. No, it's not Odin. It just kinda looked like it.
You with me.
I'm with you.
It worked perfectly, my dear.
Is the Mad One here?
No, my love. Only we remain.
And Layla?
The air of memories fulfilled her role perfectly.
Your clothes are in good shape for being exposed to a lot of radiation for a lot of years.
A new world awaits.
Sean, Bex,
So
I
that happened.
had a choice.
Wait, why are
I
they?
chose to stay.
Why are they in?
You'll wonder where I am. You might wonder if I am. I don't know how to answer that. But I'm not afraid. And I'm not alone.
So yeah, that's the conclusion to the whole Atlantis.
Work that may take us days or years. It's impossible to say. But we'll finish it. What I mean is, don't come looking for me. It's too dangerous and too late. Take care of yourself. Take care of the world we still have. And take care of...
You see, she's fine. In a manner of speaking.
That shirt, holy!
We have to find her.
You heard her. She doesn't want to be rescued.
He's literally wearing a Wolf Moon shirt.
In any case, there's nothing left to save. Not after this long.
Because of you. You left her there.
This is all a bit much. I know I'm in the same situation.
No, you're not.
No, you're in a class.
Oh, Stonehenge desktop background too. Seriously.
We're assassins now, not hidden ones.
From the Arabic, Hashishin.
That was a terrible romanization of Hashishine.
Is that still the practice?
We do.
Name?
William Miles.
William Miles.
Shouldn't have said that.
I'd like to meet William Miles.
You should not have said that.
We can call him. Encrypted line. You can talk to him right now.
No technology.
Now,
Face to face.
why can't we have Bex as a playable character? I agree.
It's time to take the fight to these Templars, as you call them.
No, wait, hang on.
I won't go anywhere, my friends. Your animus is in good hands.
No, wait.
How much do you know?
My dear, we invented such things long, long before you did. I'll figure it out.
No, hang on. This is a bad plan. This is a really bad idea. They know he's Isu.
It's a nice place to die, Eivor. Not everyone gets to choose. You bested me. I don't know how, but you did. Yet, I'm the one left standing. And now, I can take from you anything I want. Your memories, your skills, your secrets.
This is...
They're all mine. And when I have them, I will put them to good use.
Wait, no.
To find my children.
Wait, are they still alive?
My family.
How can they... What?
Together.
No, wait, what? Well, Basim, Loki, my guy, they died. They died 75,000 years ago, because you didn't fucking put them in the Animus. We watched it. We watched the anomalies, unless if you are big-braining the player. They did not survive.
A quiet place to find an end. I almost envy you.
I mean, I think they do want us to root for Loki. Because when Loki was the antagonist of the game, he's now also the fucking player character. Wait, there's a squirrel around here? Where is squirrel? Please give squirrel. Squirrel? I did... See how out of touch you can get? Come on. I believe... Oh, and the Northern Lights stopped. I can't... It is. I'm trying to find it. I am looking for the squirrel. Don't worry. What are we focusing on?
Little fella.
Apparently that is where the squirrel was. I don't see the squirrel. But that was the right voice dialogue for a squirrel. But, if you can spot the squirrel in here, I'm proud of you. There you are. Hello, friend. There. I found it. Let's see what else we can actually comment on. Talk to, otherwise. I don't know how to feel about this. I really genuinely don't know how to feel about this.
You're cordially invited to John and Judy's wedding, taking place this November, Village Chapel. That would be interesting.
What did... Loki, don't go crashing people's weddings. You did it once, it went badly for all of the wedding party.
Non-empathic art. That's rather dull.
Oh my god. I did know that Basim would become the player character, yes. While I didn't know the specifics and the specific motivations, I did know that it would happen. Right, in terms of if we want to actually focus on the modern day as an actual setting with a developing plotline that theoretically might someday have a conclusion, this is a super interesting move. It's not really what I play.
Hold tight, love. A new world has opened to us. Once I get my bearings, there is nothing we cannot achieve.
Right, exactly, right? They have to fully commit to the modern day plot as being a fully fleshed out entity if they want this to work. That's just concept art for the video game.
Well done, young man. You were onto something.
Uh-huh. King Alfred. Da, 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 ba, 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 ba. I mean, it is... Yeah. There is... Watcher, you're right. This is a really funny version of the send me back in time and they will think of me as a god king. Because, no, you die in like 2 minutes. This is a nice inversion of that. So it would be real funny.
Magical.
No, wrong century. Literally wrong century.
Is it wishful thinking to believe this device has a thought interface? Do I really have to use my hands and voice?
Yes, you do, Basim. Deal with it. Freaking deal. Welcome, Layla. Mailbox? Ay vey. Ay vey. I just saw that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. From Stergo. Ba 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 ba. Neat. Neat. Will they actually comment on it at all? I don't think Basim's gonna comment on it at all. Darn.
You'll wonder where I am.
Okay. And not a whole lot new. Okay. Yep. Because he seems thoroughly uninterested in the idea of actually, like, commenting on what we're doing. Does he dislike music? He likes music. This is weird music to jam to. Basim. Basim. The music is way too chill for how fast you were vibing. Just chill out a bit.
Please enjoy your stay. Remember, all garbage must be put out. And please water the plants once a day. Poor little plant. I looked like you not long ago.
So, this was Assassin's Creed Valhalla? We don't even get a credit scene to sum up our thoughts. Hey, I feel like you should be seeing a little bit more culture shock.
Tools or instruments of torture? Or both?
Basim, no. We have a Geneva Convention. You can't just do that. So, I mean, you ask, how can Basim speak English, but you could also ask, Basim seems, in the 9th century, seemed fluent in, presumably, Greek, Latin, Old Norse, Old English, and Arabic? Probably Arabic. Just perfectly 100% fluent in 5 languages by the time we meet him at the start of the game. Also, this shirt has never seen subtlety, and nothing good ever comes from someone wearing this loud of a shirt. Yeah, let's load back into the game since John and Rebecca appear to have fucked off. Let's load back into the Animus. Oh. Well, he had a voice line. So, there's a lot to sum up here, but, no, Vilmata, that's not actually true. If there's because one of the things the Assassin's Creed team does care deeply about is actually languages. And so, right, we've joked about Eivor knowing everything except, like, knowing every language except Eastu and Welsh. But that's also not... that's not actually true, right? There's been a lot of animus interpolation happening with everything we've been seeing with the Archaic Irish, all of that. So she actually only knows, potentially, Latin. Maybe. Latin, maybe. Old Norse, Old English. That seems to be about it. Basim does get unique voice lines, Raptorus. And he gets actually unique voice lines acknowledging that he's the one who placed the anomalies. Dragonwolf. That's because starting with AC4, they abandoned any premise of only being able to access your ancestors' genetic memories, because it was getting less and less probable. And so they just had it be... Abstergo has perfected the Animus tech enough that anyone can access genetic memories as long as there is a DNA sample to draw from.
Eivor. Sit a moment and rest.
Yep.
Sigurd.
For me.
I suppose that's true. The multiplayer is more of just a following the trend. I think there is truly a limit to how much canonicity you can read into the multiplayer. Anyway. We are...
Gift of the gods, you are back.
Safe and standing tall.
Did you find what you were looking for?
We did. We did. But it was not for us.
What is this?
Trying.
Eivor's returned! Inside of the hearth, come!
Uh-oh.
It is no longer safe.
Eivor? Randvi? What is this? Is everything all right?
Oh wow, we haven't seen Guzmund literally the whole time.
Return to lead us forward into an uncertain future. Will you speak to your people?
For love and joy words can jade. Our souls must sound in a heartful song.
No. No. This isn't good poetry.
You're less mine than I'm yours. And I ask of you only this. Keep me honest in the times.
No one mentions anything. It's just fine.
Hearken well in Hall of Kings.
Bragi.
Ocean steed, my words gain wings. Odin's mead I forth will bring.
Ugh, they're trying.
For noble deeds thine honor sing.
They're trying real hard. Hey, they used the actual Icelandic pronunciation. As far as there is like a main song for this, I think this is the main song.
For we who fall.
What? Ta-da! Oh. Oh, wait. They let us in, and they shouldn't have. So, right. This is... I mean, it's a good song.
Looks like I have a new letter.
I mean, it's, what, that was just Inar Selvik singing, so... Read Vilja's letter. Aww. Do we get a new axe? We got Hemming's axe. Awesome. Hey, wait. Is this a historically plausible axe I see? This feels fake. Yeah, I mean, the axe head's a little... I don't love the head. This beard is not super functional, and there's way too much material on that. But other than that, I don't... It's fine. It's fine. So, this was the end of one of 3 storylines to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Because there are 3 that are kind of sort of intertwined. There is Eivor and Sigurd's story with the metaplot. There is Eivor's journey to conquer England. And there is the Eivor taking out the Order of the Ancients. We finished the first and only one of the 3 we are going to complete on these streams. Because, to be honest, I am not enjoying playing this game. I have not particularly enjoyed playing this game except for some moments for a long time. And we finished the metaplot. We have plenty of material to go on. So, in order to, I think, say everything we can, I don't think we get any new information as how to think about this game as a history game, as opposed to just a game, by playing through the end. Right? There is a time where you're still getting new information. Snottingham gave us a whole lot of new information. I don't think we get any new information anymore. Like, watching Alfred the Great do Alfred the Great things, you can look that up on Wikipedia and it'll be right. Because, duh. Well, actually it won't be right because it'll repeat the apocryphal story of him baking cakes, despite that not being a thing in the medieval sources. So, yeah, right, that's not a thing that actually happened. Almost certainly, when he was in the marshes, he was spending most of his time writing letters, sending out missives, trying to regather an army. Not, like, forgoing being a king for 3 months. Anyway, though, we're free, and that means at this point, we're going to transition into talking about, kind of getting notes on how the game does history. But before that, when I say we're free, I'm actually lying. I am actually greatly lying. Because, very unfortunately for me and everyone involved, Assassin's Creed Valhalla Wrath of the Druids expansion launches May 13th. Where we are going to go to uncover the secrets of a mysterious ancient cult and discover the occult forests and haunted landscapes of Gaelic folklore while gaining influence among regional kings. We're going to Ireland. And so, I am happy to announce that on May 16th, we are entering the Thunderdome with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 historians, including myself, going against 1 Assassin's Creed DLC. Take your guesses. Start placing your bets. Because we have Watcher, who has been in chat, an expert in heroic Irish literature and medieval Irish folklore. Myself, an expert in medieval Norse literature and in the politics of the Viking Age, and environmental history and a whole bunch of other crap. We have, back by popular demand, Eleanor, an expert in Welsh Christian culture and reception of Welsh material. And we will be joined by a fourth friend, who is an expert in the British Isles, the Isle of Man, Isle of Wight, Scotland, the Hebrides, and Ireland, women's work, their gender history, and Norse Gael interactions in that period. So, 4 whole historians versus 1 DLC. We will not be going in totally blind, but we'll be going in mostly blind. Or, I don't want to use the word blind, because that's a little bit ableist. But we will not have played through the DLC before that stream. We will, however, looking at promotional material, leaks, screenshots, all that sort of stuff, so that we have some idea what to prepare for. Because, by God, we're going to try and win this fight. Also the picks, yes. Meg also does the picks. I also am betting on the DLC. So, it's going to be chaos. Absolute, sheer chaos. But I hope you all will learn something, and that's going to be a mega stream. We will have to play it a little bit by ear, but if it is possible, we are going to do the entire DLC at once. So build your hype, get ready. That's 3 weeks from tomorrow. Yeah, there's already some crazy shit in there. So, y'all aren't prepared, we aren't prepared, we're gonna do it anyway. It's gonna be the ultimate boss raid. And spread the word for that, because that's gonna be a big deal. The other piece of news is obviously this is the last formal Assassin's Creed main playthrough stream for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And that means I'm happy to announce our next long game. Because I try and keep one long series of some new game coming up that has something interesting to say at all times. We're going to be starting that up this Wednesday is going to be the first stream, and then it will move to Saturdays after that. And that game is Nier Replicant version 1.22. Mostly because I like the game, but also there is immediately, you get 5 minutes into the game, and you know there's going to be a lot to talk about. So this Wednesday, we're going to start a little bit early, so 6 p.m. Central Time, which unfortunately, I know is late for Europeans. The VOD exists. I'm so sorry, but I want to get started right away. But 6 p.m. Central Time, that's midnight in the UK. Nier Replicant, the remake, came out yesterday. Literally yesterday. And so, we're getting started right away. I love this game. I love it so much. I can confirm the remake absolutely slaps. And yeah, there's some really obvious historical stuff, and there's some less obvious historical stuff. But that's going to take a while, because that game relies on multiple playthroughs. And we're going to be doing all of it, because you learn things all the way through. And they all tie into history and what the game is trying to do, I think. Mostly. Sometimes the game just does stuff, right? Let's be honest, the game sometimes does just stuff. But I hope you are all excited as I am, because I love that game. I love that game. And thank you, Band Geek of Sax, for the follow. I appreciate it a whole lot. Anyway, those are announcements. Oh yeah, I should also say, May 1st, next Saturday, we're going to be bringing on the Mesoamerican expert I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Sacerdos, for Curse of the Dead Gods. So he can be confused and upset at how that game uses Mesoamerican aesthetics for questionable ends. Extremely questionable. So yeah, Sacerdos will be joining next week for Curse of the Dead Gods on the weekend stream. So, whole lot of things to look forward to. Make sure you're followed, make sure you're in the Discord, and make sure you subscribe to the channel to make sure we can keep doing this more. Anyway, with that note, we're gonna actually start taking notes here as to what does the game do, what does the game fail to do. For Assassin's Creed Valhalla, because there's a lot. Right? This game has done so much. We got the good, the bad, and the sheep. Let me actually pull the stream manager over onto the other monitor so I can see you all. Right? We need it. Because we've been through a lot. Right? Because we've been through how many story arcs? Now, let's make this bigger. We can make this a lot bigger. Here we go. And, move this down. Move this down. And then scoot the whole thing over. And biggen. Ta-da! Google Docs. Remember, because we've been through a lot of story arcs. We had Norway, Leicestershire, Cambridgeshire, East Anglia, Oxfordshire, London, Vinland, I skipped Lincolnshire and Essex, so we go straight to Sussex, York, Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, Nottinghamshire, Winchester / Hamptonshire, and oh, I did skip Kent. I totally skipped Kent. Kent, Sussex, York, Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, Nottinghamshire, Winchester, and Hamptonshire. Asgard, Jotunheim, and Norway too, this time with feeling. Literally nothing of value happened in Kent, so we got a lot, right? A whole lot of arcs happened, a whole lot of narrative happened, so a lot of things happened in here. Also, hang on, let me put on some tunes. Cause, you know, we do need some music besides just wind events. Yeah, actually, let's just put on the, Hildegard von Bingen. Bardcore playlist. Bardcore, let's get the... How's volume to you guys? Want to keep this in the background, but at least be present. There we go. Let's do it. So yeah, whole lot of story happened. This game, like, we've been watching this for... Skipped. Oh yeah, skipped. Huntingshire narrative. Lincolnshire. And Essex. So much stuff. So, with all this, let's see. We need to break the egg up into a lot of different like realities, because you can't do it all at once. So, what we've got going on, I think we want to break this up into narrative. Because ultimately, what's our guiding question? Guiding question, don't question my typing skills. How... Well, basically, what does ACV think it needs in order to be a historical game? Right? Does that sound like a reasonable question that we can use to frame everything? Because these... There's a lot of other questions we could ask. We are going to be talking about this game for a long time to come, right? Watcher, can you confirm? How many conference papers have you planned out of just, like, my playthrough of this game? Not even, like, don't even count the Ireland DLC. Just, like, me. So... I mean, Gloucestershire counts. There are so many in Gloucestershire, and so many... Like, Ireland... Ireland is going to be just question marks for how many conference papers, because it can be so many. So, anyway. So let's split this up into a bunch of categories. Narrative. Assets. World design. What else? Weapons / armor. Actually, let's roll that into world design and environment. Weapons and armor. Let's actually go assets / enemy design. What else do we need? Mythology. We'll put heraldry as a subcategory of assets. Hey Johnny, you're just in time for like the breakdown of all the stuff. Yes, I will scroll down because we can't see everything. Voila. Mythology, let's include religion as its own category, I think, because that matters. And what else do we want to say? Religion / magic? Why did the music just cut out? Okay, good. And yeah, let's roll that into like culture and worldview, right? Yeah, people. I think that makes a lot of sense. Do we need more categories, or do we have enough things? And obviously these will intersect, roll with us, and talk. Because they don't treat all these categories with the same degree of, anything. But I think there's enough to get going on. So, narrative. So, the game mostly does this through disconnected arcs. overall, my opinion is, like, this is okay. Right? I think the narrative team... oh, I need one more. Language. Right, so they did this through a bunch of... in narrative, they decided to do it all through... oh yeah, absolutely. Let's make a subnote of that, Johnny, because that makes a whole lot of sense to need to do. They aren't fully historical. There is artistic license. And mechanics and design to account for. Okay, we have a disclaimer in, which this is an important disclaimer to keep in mind because, yeah. There's a lot going on. And one of the goals here is, I think, to try and say, well, what is their creative vision, right? What are the things they are able to manipulate? What are the things they feel like they can't manipulate without it no longer being a game set in the Viking invasions of England? And what are the things that are open to interpretation that they can actually alter in order to generate a plausible world space? So, right? So, with that in mind, let's look at how they tell stories. Because, like, the disconnected arcs have some good, right? They let Eivor exist in a lot of different contexts. Right? So in the Essex arc, which we skipped, hired as a mercenary to help solve a marital dispute by staging a kidnapping. Okay, super weird, but fine. Lincolnshire is dealing with a succession crisis. Nottinghamshire is a funeral. Gloucestershire is chasing down your blacksmith and then things get out of hand. Winchester is going and talking to Alfred the Great. A lot of things. This is good, because it means that they don't need to try and create the whole worldview to be at risk of being uncharitable, fully coherent, but they don't need to make Eivor be perpetually a fully fleshed out person. That you can explore different aspects of how Eivor responds to the world and how the world responds to Eivor in each arc. That has a lot of really cool potential. Good. They tend to feel samey. Right. And they also less connection to NPCs. Bad. Exactly. Right, we have trade-offs, and I don't think their experiment fully succeeded. This is ultimately supposed to be a way to just kind of control the open world a little bit more, and give players the ability to do stuff, and tell the story at their pace, but also, also exist in a small enough world space that you actually can get to know someone. And that's better on paper than I think it is in reality. I don't think it fully worked, because unfortunately, at the end of the day, their goals for their narratives ran up against their mechanics. We don't have mechanics as a thing here. God damn it. That's an important one. Let's just add that, because we need that. It's got a lot of stuff. And so, when we get into the nitty-gritty of these wildly variable quality as a historian, right? And remember, let's reiterate, while this sometimes runs up against the quality of telling the story that they're, or the raw quality of how they tell the story, more often it's, how does this story fit as a historian, as a plausible thing to have happened in this time, or for a culture to this culture to have created a story about. So, wildly variable. I think Nottinghamshire is the best. I think, indisputably, that is the best arc of this game. It should have been optional, but I think that is our best thing. For a lot of reasons that intersect with all of these other categories. Right? Intersect with almost all of these. So Nottinghamshire basically comes out on top all the way across. The main reason why is that it's actually exploring a primarily non-violent cultural context. And actually digs into the meat of that and what that means and how these people would react and the beliefs that they hold around it. And they do that in an actually thoughtful way. A lot of the other arcs devolve into go fight someone, right? A conflict emerges, we blame it on the, either the Order of the Ancients or someone else does something, and you have to build up and gather your troops and have a big fight at the end that doesn't feel good to play. A lot of the other arcs do that. Shirapashira does that. As much as I love Chaelbert, it was annoying that they did that. That they couldn't... That the only character they bothered to care about was Ivar, and so they ruined something that started really well in order to make that work. I think it's Sweet Dreams. Meanwhile, I think it's fair to say that probably, as a historian, Gloucestershire is the worst. Or sorry, Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire. So, Gloucestershire has a lot of problems. Namely, an extended reference to a movie from 1973 doesn't really work well in a medieval context. And secondly, when you're changing it in order to think about, you know, how does Eivor, a Scandinavian Norwegian person from the 9th century, intersect with this cult community and then an outside zealous force that's trying to destroy it, and trying to insert Eivor instead of replacing one of the characters in The Wicker Man, making Eivor a third party that nevertheless has to do the events of The Wicker Man? More or less. The whole thing falls apart. The absolute whole thing just collapses. And collapses in a really wild way. Right, I'm not persuaded it's well written and it has about all the subtlety of a bag of bricks, but it's competently written, right? None of the steps being made feel super implausible. That Eivor goes, there's a festival, meets someone, gets drunk with them, the person vanishes, they get framed for murder, Eivor gets accused of murder, has to go chase them down to figure out where they are, and then goes back to get vengeance to find out that they've been being played, right? Isn't a terrible narrative. It just doesn't work in the context of what's the setting is. And it doesn't work at all, and so it breaks a lot of things here. You know, if we scroll down to religion, there's no other way to say it. They do quote-unquote umbrella Celtic religions, and they do, let me phrase it very carefully here. They do Britannic non-Christian religions excessively poorly. Calling it Wicca is both offensive and dumb. Other good arcs. I really like the London arc. Right, I don't have a whole lot of complaints there. Well, again, the caveat is that London was not that inhabited in this time period, but for what it is, right, being an attempt to kind of share ground, and then some of the troubles that emerge from that, and engaging with issues of nativism and otherizing that went on in the 9th century and are going on today, it functions. It functions fairly well. So, also, a cute gay couple. Always bonus points for having the most wholesome relationship. Anyway, next up. What's another? We're gonna jump down. You can't see it there, so. Not a lot of complaints there. You know, the stream is lagging really badly, so give me just a moment. I'm actually going to exit AC Valhalla, because it's making the stream lag. I'm shocked that adding a YouTube video and, I'm staggered that adding a Google Doc and a YouTube video was enough to break the game, or break my stream. Anyway, other narratives that are good and or bad. I actually want to talk about Lincolnshire, despite the fact that we never played it. So, the political relationships is interesting. I'm not persuaded it's good, but it's interesting, because your choices for the succession are the son of the previous alderman, a different noble, or a bishop. And all of those could theoretically, sort of, bishops aren't supposed to be taking over political ruling, because medieval Christian England did subscribe to the idea of there being three broad social classes, of those who work, those who fight, and those who are priests. But in practice, there's not a lot wrong with a bishop, sort of. There are a few cases, I should say, where a bishop does become the de facto political leader of a region in early medieval England, and so it's fine that they're including that as an option. And identifying that these aren't, right, they are all self-interested, but fundamentally the squabble is, yeah, I guess they're all self-interested, but the, exactly, right? The fracture, the fact that there is a dispute makes a lot of sense, and they all have their pros and cons as choices, and it breaks down the idea that there is a clearly defined hierarchy and a clearly defined idea of succession. They undercut it with the meta plot, because they do. Because 2 of the 3 choices are both fine and reasonable and secular, and they don't even commit to, all bishops are evil, because Derelaf exists. But they need to make room. So, on a broad level, this is, I think, revealing, because right, if it weren't for the fact that the metaplot has such strong value judgments, and not straightforwardly clear value judgments, right, we'll get to the metaplot, I think, in more detail, but, yeah, the metaplot probably needs to be its own entry, but they need to make... The metaplot has feelings. The metaplot has a lot of opinions about what is good and what is bad that bleed into the rest of the game. And so, fundamentally, the choices that it makes and the room it leaves for the narrative is really revealing for some of these other categories. So let's go back down to a religion. So... Christianity as an uneasy vehicle for the Order of the Ancients. Right? Because this needs its own entry. More, I think Christianity is the highest represented religion in the Order of the Ancients. Oh yeah, Johnny, it would be a lot of fun. It would be a lot of fun if Angels was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. And then later you find out that they're a member of the Order of the Ancients, and then you're like, ah, crap. Right, how to phrase this? Right, because my feelings on this are still unclear. Because Alfred despises the Order. Despite being its leader, he despises it. For being not Christian. Yet, the most common religion of the Order is ostensibly Christianity. Also, yeah. The game thinks Christianity is a delusion, but Gnosticism slash Old English pre-Christian things slash Celtic slash Norse, we'll go pre-Christian Norse religions are all genuinely real and have world-altering power. Right? So, right, we literally go to Valhalla. We literally witness it. As a simulation, it's fake, but it's real. And we have the drug trips that let us actually witness Ausgarður and Jotunheimar in a lot of detail. And Fulke is Gnostic, but is, right, we know the Isu existed. This Gnosticism is real. And a bunch of the Zealots and the Daughters of Larian think about Wodan and Thunor and Tew. And Cherninos is a fake, and apparently Nimue, despite that being nonsensical. And yeah, you know, we have a ritual where we see a ghost who gives us actual advice. It works. It literally works. It's not just we think it works, it literally works. And yeah, right, it is supposed to be filtered through people's expectation, but the point is, regardless of reality, the rituals of not Christianity work. There are no miracles, right? The only miracles, like the Ostararok, that's actually just a really horny guy, is Saint Edmund doesn't have any of the stories that Alfred says happened as part of his Vita. None of the miracles after his death, of his body not decaying, and his head being cut off but being able to still speak, and a wolf guarding it from all unfriendly attackers, and the guy going crazy for not believing and going in and looking at the body instead of trusting. There are no miracles in this game. Christianity doesn't have power, but the rituals of all the other places do, or all the other religions ostensibly in the game do. Right? Let's be clear. I like that the other religions all, or that religious rituals actually have world-altering properties. I mean, right, they did. Yeah, they don't explain the rituals through the lore. They don't explain why these rituals work through lore metaplot reasons. I'm glad they don't do that. Yeah. Yeah. Could this have been a badly executed and misguided attempt to be inclusive of non-Christian faith systems, even though the lack of records available make this incredibly problematic? I mean, I think yes. But, I think, though, the reason why they're doing this is not to show the diversity of the period, but rather to make it more like Origins and Odyssey. Right? Because that's the thing we need to do. If we compare this to... Oh, caps lock, please. If we compare this to Origins and Odyssey, the two easiest places of comparison, I haven't played those games, actually, so, like... Religious diversity? What's the religious diversity actually looking like in these time periods where Christianity doesn't exist yet? But by and large, right, you're able to have the Order of the Ancients all be active believers in the gods in problematic ways, in both of those religions, right? Using a constructed, standardized Greek or Egyptian religious practice, rather than local cults. You're able to actually have the Order of the Ancients be active participants in these sorts of religious practice. That doesn't work in the Middle Ages because there aren't other religions asterisks. Right? There are relics, there are remnants, all the way into the 11th century with the Exeter book having charms to Woden, or charms involving Woden, and the Merseburg charms being written in the margins of a Christian text in Old High German. So there are these remnants of things that are clearly pre-Christian being preserved. They're faint, and they're few and far between, but they're clearly existing, and so the stories are still circulating, and it's tempting to construct a full religious practice that exists kind of under the radar to Christianity alongside it, when that really isn't how it worked. It's just full Christianity. There isn't such a thing as heretical Christianity outside of a very specific context. It's just Christianity is a very well adaptive framework. So, by the way, I would advise everyone to quick refresh the stream. You guys are about 15-20 seconds behind me. So, there's a lot here. So what does the game actually think about these other religions? That's a fun question. So, the game doesn't like them, right? The game... No. I need to scroll down. There we go. The game doesn't like its own religions. Right? Because... most Old English paganism practitioners, we'll call them, this is not a great name, but it's awkward workaround to just avoid some even worse things. Are 1. Zealots. 2. Daughters of Larian. there are people who actively attack us, seem not sane, and who we can only kill. Also, Larian is actually doing Satan worship. So yeah, right. The game doesn't. So the game doesn't like Christianity. The game dislikes not pre-Christian Norse religions all the time, and the main story is coming to reject large parts of what's perceived as perceived pre-Christian Norse religions. So it doesn't like any religion. It doesn't... The game refuses to like a religion. How does that fit historically? Well, it doesn't. So, in England in the 9th century, we really have two religious traditions. We have Christianity, and we have pre-Christian Norse religions. We have very few hints of non-Christian practice, and nothing by 750. We don't think it makes sense. We don't think it makes sense to actually talk about there being meaningful developed religious traditions as opposed to simply circulating stories and isolated texts by 750. It just... So, the game's value judgment just does not work. It just doesn't work at all. It doesn't fit in the historical period, and it's... constructed and often problematic. So, right, none of this... And so, how does it actually show the... Oh yeah, we did do the side mission, where we did a heresy. We super did a heresy. Let's see, what's another thing, with religion? Oh yeah, back up to Christianity. Another thing it does that's weird. Alcuin of York would be really proud of this game's English nobility for refusing to raid monasteries. Also, why are monasteries all military camps? Why are we... Why are the monasteries all military camps? That's illegal. That's literally illegal. In Old English and Old medieval Scandinavian law, they both agreed that churches were not a place that you could actually carry weapons in or shed blood in. And so there being these huge stockpile of stuff is really bad. And so right whenever there is a raid, one of the things that you do is you try and get to the church, because if you're inside the church, different rules apply, and people by and large respected those rules, unless if you were, not Christian. And yeah, this gets into mechanics, but it's telling us don't be a murder hobo, so you can't kill civilians or you'll desync, because that's not what Eivor do. So they instead populate the same space with people it's okay to kill, and completely erase anything that makes monasteries feel unique, apart from having big chests full of stuff they aren't using. Charninos is the Celtic conglomerate. Right. Because the game doesn't distinguish between Irish, Gaulish, Brittonic, or any other things. So, So there's that. Mechanics. So if we scroll back up here to switch over to mechanics, since that's a nice segue, it's almost afraid of not giving us things to fight. It's, we'll get to it in culture. Gazishan, we'll get to it eventually. It's there. Because we have a lot of ground to cover here. But I can already tell, right? Just looking at just religion in this. They want to be inclusive and show religious diversity, but they also hate religion, except that they don't fully because individuals within the religion can be both good and bad, but the doctrine as a whole is fake except for the ones that aren't, and has no power to change the world except for the ones that do. Also, Alfred exists. So, right, is chat, do you see any coherent vision? There it is. Is there a coherent creative vision? Right? So, right, their approach to religion seems really disjointed, right? Where they don't make a value judgment cleanly one way or the other, except I think Christians, because right, like in East Anglia, Oswald, through his power of coolness, manages to beat angry evil Dane Rued, and then Finner is so confused at Christian mercy that he decides to stick around and figure out what it's all about. Yeah, so right, religion is all fake and bad, but individuals who believe the lie can still be good or even exceptional. Right? Right, religion is all around fake and bad and does harm. But those who believe it can still be good or even exceptional and have superpowers, i.e. Modron. This is specifically Modron because she has actual prophecy powers that work. For reasons. So there's that. Back up to mechanics. Alright, what other mechanics are, like, upgrade materials are really dumb? Like, super dumb? So, where do we go next? Right? Our mechanics, our actual mechanical ability to interact with the world is incredibly heavily focused on combat. Oh yeah, stealth sucks. I agree. I think they designed them as bronze, silver, gold, and then got scared of just committing to bronze, silver, gold, and just like renamed them. Yeah, sure, that works. To climb anything, everything must be scaled up. Right. So, how does... I'm trying to think of, like, what other ways we actually are given to interact with the world, because we walk up to someone and talk to them, we fight stuff, we shoot stuff, we can fake interacting with society in order to distract guards. Oh yeah, right. Social stuff. Problem. The social stealth is us doing things like sitting down and having a drink, or pretending to have a drink, or sitting at a hand mill, or pretending to browse some goods. All the things that normal people do in this society. Exactly, it just, you stand there, and then if a guard wanders close, they don't notice you. Or you pretend to be a monk who walk their normal routes. Remember, in AC1 when you had that, it was literally because you did a favor for someone, right? I mean, it's almost always a violent favor, but you did a favor for someone, you rescued someone, and as a reward, they tell their people to pretend to do this to help you. But also on a more fundamental level, right? AC1 deliberately has fairly unfun combat, right? It's all counter-based, timing-based, not awesome. If fighting is fun though, in this game, why would you ever do stealthy apart from, like, feeling like it? If fighting is terrible, you want to be stealthy to avoid fighting, to avoid engaging with the game's systems. But that's a failure of design. If combat is so unfun that people don't want to engage with it, oh yeah, also, so, remember, going loud causes no trauma. Right? Exactly, as you just said, KJ. The only way that has a meaningful consequence in the world, and Brett Devereaux pointed this out in his blog post from way back when the game first released. You raid a monastery, you finish the raid, everyone has immediately gone back to their normal, peaceful states, even though there are still bodies lying around. There is no persistent trauma for the deeds you are doing. The only consequence of going loud is people will scream and run around and you'll get stuck in not very fun combat for a while. Oh no. But yeah, minigames. Let's go minigames. Orlog, right? Because we have Orlog, fighting, drinking. Orlog is far and away the best minigame. It's a completely constructed, it's not a real game. It's an invented minigame. The actual, pretty much the only board game we have is Naftop. So, Naftop is basically a form of chess, or a game similar to chess, wherein you have a player in the center of the board and a player on the edge of the board, and the goal is to get your king piece from the center to the edge. Oh, you can scroll down. Thank you. So, that being said, Orlog is both reasonably fun to play, though not very balanced. But yeah, it's far and away the best one, and it's nice that they make that a thing that can exist in its own right. Fighting. It gives us better dialogue options. Right, so anything that requires a charisma check in order to get out of a situation, resolve it faster, something, is basically the gate of did you play enough minigame? If yes, congratulations, you can progress the main story. If no, you now have to do a fight, or lose some other resource for not playing enough of the minigame. There's no other way to improve these stats. And it's not like Eivor doesn't get better at poetry because of it. It's usually just like 10 dialogue checks. Right? It's historically really bad. Right? From a historical perspective alone, is really bad. Wrong rhyme scheme? Or wrong meter / focus. on rhymes. The constant affirmation breaks the flow of things. Contest, and it's in the wrong context. Earning money off of it is fine. Earning money off of Senna is fine. It's usually at a feast context, as a to determine pecking order or accomplish narrative. Right? Drinking. Just kind of unfun. Right? It's obviously a super important thing, and people drank all the time, in evenings, communally, in contests, often historically is linked to a Senna. Or a fighting context. But it has no narrative, and also, you know, we get a migraine from watching the drunk effects without any of the fun part of being drunk. Why would I want the hangover without the actual enjoyment? Like, why? Why? Why would you do that? And you know, let's throw one mechanic down to here, because Norway. Cold as it's cold as fuck. Right? Water hurts. Because cold wall. Yeah. Neutrina, I agree. A more fun version, which should still be optional. I've been constructing entire short verses from a list with a couple of optimal combos. Obviously, like, this is fairly hard to make everything sort of fit, but let's throw that in, because... good comments. I agree, entire verses would be really cool, and give some other sort of feedback, right? You don't need... Right, you could just have it be a background effect of how loudly do they cheer, right? They have it like, the NPCs have an excited cheer, okay, clap cheer, and a confused cheer, let's say, for a fine and a bad, a fine, and a good. Like a diss track, right? If your hype men aren't doing hype men things, you're fucking up. But no, we had to go, oh, bravo, that was a really good one. Let me go into the next stanza. Exactly. We need the guy going, oh! When you get a really good diss in. And that's what, I feel like that was what they were trying to do. But they didn't. And I don't know why they didn't. So, there's a lot of mechanical stuff there, but it's all just... Right, there... Everything here feeds back into... Or, like, 90% of the stuff feeds into combat. Because, right, Orlog Orlog is basically a self-contained system. Awesome. Drinking is used to give us money to go to a shop to buy weapon upgrade materials or cosmetics, which lets us upgrade our weapons in order to fight more goodly. So much of things feed into combat, and yet the combat isn't great? Right? The combat doesn't feel awesome. The combat feels hysterical sometimes when you use one of the overpowered weapons. But they don't balance them. Right? They just don't balance them at all. And it's really dumb. It's really bad. Heavy shield sucks. Flail is memey but bad. Knives and spears are OP as hell. Right, let's move on to the weapons and armor then. Because that's where our design has run us to. Weapons and armor. 1. Don't do this. Guys, y'all are cursed monkey pawing yourselves. You guys do know that, right? Oh yeah, right. Skills are technically mechanics. Skill points are incremental numbers. They're just vague numbers. There's only the abilities are meaningful improvements to combat ness. Exactly, right? We've got like the weapon throw, which is neat enough, or you now do damage when you parry, or you can now do combos or things. Oh yeah, these are skill levels, aren't they? No, I guess it's the nodes, and then the book of knowledge active abilities are also weird. They're just weird, right? So within combat, the focus seems to be on brutality, right? Combat is brutal, visceral, in that there's a lot of viscera flying, etc. Abilities feed into that. Animations feed into that. This is just the right, and as a historian, this is pretty easy to identify. Pop culture idea of Viking super warriors. It's just that. The combat all feeds into that. How do you feel like an empowered badass? And that with more gore, doing more stuff. And yet a lot of it is just tedious, like, number upgrades. Meaningless, tedious number upgrades, but it's all with the goal of trying to make you into a Viking badass super warrior. So this is historically not true. If you actually do account in the English chronicle material of fights the Vikings or big important battles, which will get mentioned, where the Vikings win, versus ones where the Vikings lose. They lose more often than they win. Now, they were still really successful, and their raids still inflicted lasting, severe trauma on the communities that they destroyed or impacted. But, in terms of raw combat, they weren't any better than anyone else. They just happened to show up in a politically unlucky time, and then were really good at being where the military elite weren't. Now, why no formations? Right, people wanted a shield wall. They tried, they couldn't make it fun. Fair enough, they couldn't make it fun. Right, and that's a valid reason for something to not be in the game, because doing formations in a competent way, or doing formations in a way that makes sense in an over-the-shoulder action game, good lord, that would be such a nightmare. I don't envy them that task, and I don't blame them for failing at it. Right? Fair enough. Okay, back to weapons. So many bads. Here I think we see, right? The goal is once again Viking badass. Able to use anything from anywhere just because. Right? I don't think that's a controversial take, that this is what they are trying to do. And so they create a bunch of sets of stuff. Problems. Two big problems. One, everything's over-designed. Two, how about now? No, that's not actually a valid complaint. It mashes together a lot right? Yeah, certainly, right? I don't think it's sensible to say, right, as a creative vision or on a creative things, we need diverse weapons and need to not suck when you pick up a new one, right? These are two totally valid needs. Oh, did I need to scroll again? Yeah, I need to scroll again. Whoops. We need diverse weapons, and everyone needs to be good at whatever one you choose to use. Because otherwise that's just not fun. And that's valid. But what we came up with I don't think is the answer, because what was come up with as an answer is quite silly. It's all incredibly over-designed. The weapons look bad, the armors look way over-designed, and just thinking about the ones in the base game, ignore all the DLC ones. The farther you upgrade them, the more fancy nonsense they get. Right. They just look bad. I don't know. Think about like the Carolingian Greatsword. It's like a museum piece that just is scaled up and just keeps scaling up and gets sillier and sillier. But then you have flails, which just aren't a thing. One-handed flails aren't a thing. You got these daggers, which are fine, but then become incredibly gilded, complicated stuff. All the bows are super ornamented, complex designs that aren't attested in the period at all. The shields are just comical, being anywhere from, what, 3rd century BC, Thames, labeled as Spartan, despite not being that. And then they, all the way to, like, the Shishi Guard, which is vaguely Asian hodgepodge, and it's just been traded all the way over. And then, they just... The heavy shields all look bad, and they all go absurd. Cowbear, or Cowlion, in the Oaken Kite Shield. What's that supposed to mean? The 15th century plate armor and the 15th century doppelhanger. The egregious overdesign of the Huntsman helm. Everything about St. George's Shield. Literally everything. Now, that being said, right, what are our actual historical choices? Spear, knife, war axe, two-handed Dane axe, sword, round shield. Are ceremonial. Yep. So, right, we have like the feared spear. Oh no. Any of the knives are a little bit too big, but generally fine. Inglinga, axe, feared axe. Oh no. Hemming's axe was fine. The Carolingian longsword, small. And the Raven clan shield. Right. These are actually the extent of the historical pieces in the game. That's not a lot. There's just not a lot. There's not a lot to work with. So we need more. Not all the choices they made are bad, right? This just isn't enough. This is not enough to carry a game. My counter proposal, with the caveat that I don't do game design, right? This isn't my strong suit. I'm thinking about this as historical stuff. Why not go more Monster Hunter-y? Why not go more? Why not go a little bit more Monster Hunter-like? So, we, so, you don't even need fewer weapons, but, like, keep these as the categories. And you can have a diversity, right? Keep only these categories. No no giant heavy shields. Not other stuff. So... right, if you want to have a kite shield in just the shield category, fine. But within these categories, put a lot of effort into the depth and the combos that you can actually do in these. And then actually focus on making super developed things, and then, you know, you can keep the parks, you can keep some of the other stuff, whatever. Whatever. Don't know, right? I understand the creative choices they made. I disagree with with how they end up, or with the weapon sets they end up with. Right? Let me put that in, because I get the need, for more diverse weapons, and don't blame them for some being fantasy, but I disagree with most of the weapons as they Right. If you're having some sort of loot system, I get why we need diverse weapons, I get why we need a bunch of things within each category. I think they over-designed themselves and wound up with a lot of bad choices. The microtransaction sets, however, are even more over-designed, even more fantastical, have really weird choices being made. Like, so many really weird choices being made that you could talk about any single one of them for a very long time. So many weird and troubling choices. And they're all so over-designed. There's so many moving parts on all of those. They don't work. They just don't work. None of them actually look... They look good in the painful sense, not good because they're actually good. And then you end up with things like the Herwaru set, which has the Sudden Heal helm. Not in Sudden Heal. Let's move on. Right. They want certain historical sites in here. Bella Snap is another one, right? Etc. We'll just leave it as etc. because there are more that I am missing. Most of the real-ish Neolithic sites in the game all fit here, right? Neutrina, I assume they're going to do that in the Discovery Tour mode, but I mean, you'd only have lore entries on like 5 of them, right? You'd only have codex entries on like 5 things. I don't think... I kept Ish, and also Seahenge didn't exist or wasn't visible and present and known in the 9th century, so, like, you know, we have really just Stonehenge. But right, they feel like we need these, right? They feel like they need these, though. At least. Yeah. Yeah, and then they do conflate a lot of it with just kind of vague, right? Second Stonehenge needs a special shout out. So, anyway, Norway. So, actually no, the complaint here. No matching puzzle reward to location. Right. There is no... That's my biggest complaint, right? I don't have a problem with them having Bella Snap. I do have a problem with them putting the Morrigan's Guard as the shield you get from Bella Snap. I don't have a problem with them putting in Sudden Who. I don't even have a problem with them having a partially excavated Sudden Who, despite no. I do have a problem with them not giving us an actual find from Sudden Who as the reward for doing Sudden Who. They give us, what, the plank... some nonsense heavy shield. So, right, match your puzzle reward to your location if you're going to include the historical stuff as a puzzle. Pretty much. And especially since they must have worked out whatever the legal issue was, because it's in a microtransaction set. It's in a microtransaction set in a very dumb way. So, right, they figured out their problems. So, meh. Anyway, let's look at the actual regions. England. Romaboo? Why is everything Roman? So, right, why is everything Roman? I'm still not sure on this. Also Megalith fanboy. Right, so a lot of the churches are using Roman stuff. It's really weird. And was talking to an archaeologist and was like, yeah, no, well, the bricks would be reused, they wouldn't be laid in Roman styles, and yet a lot of the buildings preserve Roman construction aesthetics. They're 4th century buildings in the 9th century. They're all 4th century. And it's really weird. It's just really weird. So, yeah, I mean, right, they need to make one stone church and then copy paste it a bunch of places because realities of game dev. So they have a regular church and they have a big church, and that's it. Fine, whatever. And they have like 4 statues that they can pick and choose from. That's a reality of game dev. So, right? Reuse is a reality of game dev. Too much. Voila. Okay, so, what did I actually do with this? Also, yeah, Roman buildings aren't being torn down and the materials reused. They're being preserved as ruins. Roman forts have 13th century keeps. Also, the keeps are in ruins for some reason. Right, so scroll down. Okay. Right. This is weird. So what does this actually say about, like, what do they think they need for this game to be historical? Old English poem, The Ruin, does talk about Roman stuff. And as them as giants. The game appears to take this literally. Right. And yeah, right? Medieval equals worn out. So, we need... The game thinks in the time period there is an obsession with Rome, and that it is medieval / dark ages, and so things are ruined, in bad condition, whatever. And put those together and you end up with a bunch of Roman buildings that are still being used after 600 years, despite them being, having mostly been either totally abandoned or destroyed, and then the materials reused for new, stable constructions that don't leak. But yeah, old equals ruined. No new buildings allowed. None of the cheats, right? In the Middle Ages, nothing is new. Despite that being totally incoherent, in the Middle Ages, nothing is new. Medieval is also a sponge for time periods. Anywhere from the 3rd century to the 19th, you can squish into the medieval. And it supposedly feels fine. But no guns. Ensure Europe having them. Oh wow, there's truly just that many. Seconds of silence on the video. Wild. Uh-huh. Wild. Okay. Back to the thing. There we go. So, how comparatively recent some builds are to others. This does happen in some instances, but mostly yeah, it was Bill and Ted. For some reason, the video just had like a bit of Bill and Ted in there for no obvious reason. Anyway, don't worry about it. Right. Yeah, sure, AC. You say... so... Right. Yeah, they... So, Johnny, they do show that, comparative ages. Rome versus English do this in the cities, where you'll see, like, things change or look badly repaired. Yeah, exactly. The cities are the ones that show it. They do show it in cities. Or you'll have, like, buildings built inside half-ruined Roman temple spaces with all the columns. It's just not how cities were made, and those materials used. Right, they want... And as a creative decision, show the layers? Let me scroll down again. Right, I feel like that's their creative design here, is to say, hey, let's show the layers of occupation since the departure of Rome in 410. Comes at a cost. Also, LOL. Right, also, right, while I understand, while I understand while they're doing this, because the actual temple spaces are small and also, or they're just longhouses, I continue to be amused. This is revealing though, right? Christian architectures and designs are so deeply embedded, they miss when they accidentally do Christianity. Right? Anyway, so there's a lot of those. That feels like their overall design for England is to try and show the different layers, but they end up doing it sillily. It all ends up being kinda silly. Anyway, I think that's enough talking about this, though there's loads more. We remember last week's stream was pretty much all about this, so, right, there's a lot here. But remember who else was at Sudden Hill? It was a bandit camp. This might be the least coherent. Right, this is totally they do bandits dirty, they do Picts really dirty, they over-design the allied units. And they're obsessed with bones and sticks and stuff. LOL. Right? This just throws everything off. This is just such a bizarre decision to have done. Let's actually quick deviation into heraldry. There's like one historically accurate heraldry. I get the need, right? You need something to mark factions. But they don't actually understand what is needed for those. They don't actually understand how heraldry works. And so, right, the egregious example here, I mean, apart from Trogdor, which is a thing that we saw, would be the West Saxon heraldry. It is the attributed coat of arms for Edward the Confessor, with the wrong color of field, missing the 5th bird. AC, there's also the Raven. So I guess that makes 2, because there's also the Raven banner being used in Jorvik, which is not used by Northumberland these days, but is actually tested from the Bayeux Tapestry in the 11th century, with poetry suggesting it may even be supposed to be earlier. So, right, we take that. We take the Raven Banner every time. So, that might make it 2 accurate heraldries. Right, this is the worst one. So, the attributed coat of arms for the King of England in the early 11th century, but it's a red field, not a blue field, and it doesn't have the 5th bird. So they're just like doing stuff. Yeah, they do seem to break the rules of tincture quite regularly. Anyway. Right. It feels like, though, for the enemies, circling back to that, the game wants us to feel justified that these dudes are bad. Dudes are bad and savage, and it's fine that we kill them. It was somewhere in Jorvikshire, there was like one bandit camp that just randomly had a like unique heraldry that was actually Norsified Trogdor. Because it was a dragon with arms. Yeah. Yeah. England as dark and lawless place. And it makes no sense. I think this is the point where I realized how much trouble we were in. Was when we saw just like bandits wearing skulls as like ornamentation on their helmets, which are otherwise fine, but also have skulls on them. It just doesn't work. Also, random fusion for some reason. Also, the ecology doesn't work because the wild animals all need to be enemies too, and so they just do stuff. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. And the effect, right, this undoes a lot of other creative vision. So if we're assuming, right, that they still think they made a historical game, right? Enemy mooks aren't needed for historical accuracy at all. That's the only way you can get away with this, is if you don't think that any of these people... If you don't think that any of these people matter, then you don't need them. You can design whatever the hell you want, and it won't make the game less historical. That's the only way I can make sense of it. And it makes no sense, because, right, here's how it doesn't make sense. Let's illustrate an example. Except, Jorvikshire Ark. Picts are Christian, make a lawful alliance with Christian King of Northumbria. but they look like that. Right? The narrative and the enemy design work at cross odds. So, we know that this is a totally incoherent thing, right? These two literally can't be coherent together. So, yeah. The interesting thing though is, you know, right when we do this, is think about what wearing why do bandits wear skulls? Well, in culture, must be because no burial rites / presence care for the dead in a Christian society in the 9th century. Right? The game doesn't... Again, each arc does things so differently. Nottinghamshire is the best for this, by far, for worldview. But by and large, right, they don't bother to ask how medieval society actually engages with its world. They're either modern normal people or bone-wearing crazies. They're not fundamentally different, and this is illustrated in the lack of folkloric beings. Trigger references, but mostly just nothing. Exactly, right? There are world events where it would make total sense to just have little snippets of worldview, and there are moments, right? There's one world event we didn't do where you have to, right, someone goes through unspeakable trauma and just, right, says, no, my raiding experience has said, no, harden your heart, you can't cry, I can't cry. And then through just, like, awkward little stuff of, like, pretending to be Eivor, pretending to be the Yak, and just literally ordering him to, is able to kind of penetrate that trauma and access something like that. But, right, you can have world events that focus on, but aren't just, like, fun Easter eggs. World events of Easter eggs, Winnie the Pooh, Rapunzel, there's like a few others. The Lady in the Lake, I guess? Oh, need to scroll again. Whoops. Right. And then the legendary fights. The legendary fights supposedly being this, with the black shuck. But they don't commit. That doesn't even count, right? That's not even, like, referencing a medieval story. Or an perceived old story, I should say. Let's just say a perceived old story there. And that's just like an Easter egg for Easter egg's sake. But they don't explore cultural attitudes great. right? They try, and I think they try. There's one where there's like an old guy who is like somewhat, let's see, there's one, yeah, so he's old and he has dementia, and you have to help him load a bunch of nonsense onto a boat on dry land and then fight off some wolves. And supposedly trying to, in that way, explore feelings of old age and feeling like, hey, we need to get a final Glorian. Something that is attested in some sagas. Some. Not all. But it doesn't actually do that in a particularly thoughtful way, I find. I don't know, right? I guess this may be just a consequence of it being a game, but I don't find that I understand this culture at all. Right, yeah, so right, there's Thor the fisherman, the fishmonger, who asked us to kill him to prove how Drengir ought to act. But, right, my go-to example for cultural attitudes towards old age is, of course, an Ale saga, with the elderly Aet, upon losing his last sons, composed of this heart-wrenching poem, really long, but just heart-wrenching poem about the agonies of old age and the loss of children and the betrayals of the worldview that he followed, and right, Odin punishing him for following Odin by taking away his children. Honestly, I wish they just had found a way to work Sona Torek into the video game. To be honest, that would have been something that would have made me really happy, even if it's inevitably something really depressing. But they didn't, and so, right, I can't decide whether this is just there's too much other noise. Much other noise? Is this a lack of attempt? Is this something else? I don't know why, because the side stories, I feel like we're often trying to do that, sometimes. And yeah, explore context, questions of disability and declining mental state, and with, right, there's a blind guy. Right, there's a blind guy where we're guiding him, because he can sense light but not shape, and so actually guide him towards Vidblauen, and the Ljósalvar. And some of that stuff. I wonder if part of it though, right, side stories are a little too much of a catch-all, maybe? It may be that these are, too much of a catch-all. So you end up with too many different things that are trying to do different stuff under the same umbrella. Alright, there are some truly great side stories. I'm not pretending otherwise. But it feels like there isn't a coherent culture for the stories to come out of. Alright, you can still have Easter egg stories contextualized within a certain culture. And that's what they're trying to do, but I don't think there's too many people trying to do too many different things with stories that are all trying to do their own thing means we aren't getting a consistent sort of attitude. And also, cultural things inside stories aren't replicated outside of them. Right? right? This is another thing, right? If you're expressing a certain idea of, I don't know, say, romantic relationships, we've got our lovely main character of Stowe and Erke. And we've got in Gloucestershire the cute gay romance with the beehives. But we don't otherwise, I think, past that see any sort of hint at romance or otherwise. Yeah, and right, there are interesting things you could say of, right, these are... Yeah, I guess... A4... That would be an interesting way of doing it, Johnny, right? That these stories are supposed to be significant... That A4 found them significant in some way, and so therefore we end up seeing them as significant in some way. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have clear answers on this one. I don't fully understand, because it seems like they were trying to do something there, but there's too much... The individual narrative arcs suggest one sort of culture, or several sorts of cultures. The side stories suggest a different set of cultures. The enemy designs to throw all of that under the bus. And we don't have a lot of ways to meaningfully interact with these stories other than just, like, press a button, do thing. Right? We don't get to make choices about these stories. We are given a prompt, unless if we swing a knife at someone. Or act... And I guess this is... Yeah. Let me put another note here, because... Not very memorable, because interaction is too much either follow trail or press Y for thing to happen. No room for to engage with the stories in interesting ways, right? And in order to understand the culture, right, that's a really important thing, is we need to engage with these stories, right? We need to do something about them. And have them in some way matter? In a way that's not just have a handful of experience, or have a trinket you can sell, or here's 20 gold. So I don't have a clear-cut thing right here. I think they're trying to communicate worldview. Let's scroll down again. Gar. So there's that. So yeah, right. Now here is where we really get in. People need great there. Right? We need great men. So this is the point where, right, this is something Assassin's Creed has always done as being his history, as you need a certain set of great men to interact with. But, they did Acer so dirty. They did him so dirty. Yeah, so, I mean, the big one here is, or there's actually only two big ones. Alfred and the Ragnarsons. We'll put Haraldr Harfagri. Oswald of East Anglia is probably historical. But we know nothing about him. Oh yeah, I didn't even mention cultural worldview. That in the cultural worldview. Let's go back to that because that's a big deal. Before the vision, this goes back into oh yeah, Ceolwulf. Yep. Ceolwulf, not Ceolbert. Ceolbert is probably not historical, but Ceolwulf is Guthrum and technically Rollo. And I think there's like a few other like random Ealdormen that are show up in the historical record more or less kind of vaguely, but those are the big ones. We'll just leave it as like cursed objects are bad. Cursed objects are incredibly bad, and why is nobody worried about them? There's like no evidence that anyone actually recognizes or cares about the cursed objects or the literal shrines of horror that sometimes are put up around them. Five seconds. Ceolwulf. Leavened bread should be okay in this time, AC. I think leavened bread is fine at this time. That's it becomes more strictly unleavened in like the 13th century, doesn't it? Ceolwulf the Second, and Rollo the Walker. Kinda. Right. So they do these guys. They mostly do the main figures fine. It's good. Alfred is actually devout. It's slightly nuances. Nuances the Wessex bias against Ceolwulf. Ivar isn't great, but acceptable. Right, Ivar is just... he's acceptable. But... well written, if not true to his portrayal in Ragnarsson. Halfdan is interesting. But Halfdan is interesting more so than accurate. We have no evidence of him being poisoned with lead. Adalder is right in line with saga descriptions. Depictions. Guthrum isn't on screen enough. Guthrum isn't on screen enough. There we go. So, right. The game absolutely 127% thinks that the most important thing it needs to do is historical lineup. A cameo, yeah. Right, the minor figures have a whole lot of variations, so, right, we hear about Otha in the background to stuff, same with St. Edmund. Regia is probably also historical, but doesn't really seem to do much of anything, but Athelflath is there, it's good. Athelred, future Lord of Mercia, is good. Well, they invented a... Right, they invented the leader of Oxford, is an invented historical, or an invented older woman, but it's good that they did, because unfortunately in this time period, right, we don't know a lot of names of a lot of historical women that were important, like, were genuinely important, but, like, we don't even know the name of Alfred's wife. They had to invent a name for her, because our sources just don't preserve it. So, this is, our historical sources for the time period are incredibly male-focused. Athelflath is an exception, not a rule. Yeah, it's bad. So, a lot of our figures that appear are gonna be male, and I don't necessarily blame the game for not including every single one that we have, even though there are only like 5. Yeah. There just isn't a lot of evidence for elite female, and certainly, right, this is another case where the game needs to accept nationalist mythologies about these figures. This is part of its appeal. They cannot pick someone obscure. You just can't. So you're gonna need to invent someone if you want a main character that's not historical. So, male dominated. Right. Overwhelmingly. It sucks, but there's a clear reason for it. Exactly, right? So Alfred needs to suck at making cakes, despite that not being a thing that happened. Because nationalist mythology. The game cannot challenge this. As part of its appeal, it's done this for every game since the beginning, right? Richard the Lionheart is never called out in AC1 for being a fucking horrible human being. Salah al-Din doesn't even freaking appear in the first game. He's, like, basically not there. So, yeah, that's... This is its strongest suit, right? This is the one it does best. Ish. Within a certain framework, within a certain framework, it does this really well. It's the thing it always does well. And certainly is the thing that this most important thing. This is the thing it needs to do the most. And everything else revolves around these. Anyway, it's been a problem since longer than that. Are you kidding me? They refuse to actually, in Unity, they refuse to actually, like, take a stance on the fucking French Revolution. Right, so... And there aren't a lot of... I don't remember there being a lot of female figures. I mean, AC1 has... One female character total? And she's like, she's just Robert de Sable's body double. Right, they, in terms of the gender disparity, this has been around forever. Wild. Anyway, language. Generally done okay. Effort into runes and spoken languages. But the spoken languages, right? They have Old English, Latin, Old Norse, varying with variants of Icelandic and modern Norwegian, Irish Gaelic for the Picts, reconstructed Old Welsh, and Bridget. So Bridget is a fun story. The script they have revealed for Gloucestershire, every line Bridget says in the script is just unintelligible. So the voice actress ran Welsh through Google Translate and used a bastardized version of Welsh. I'll send... yeah, give me a moment. Let me find it. Let me find this for you guys, because it's real bad. There you go. Mass literacy is a thing for some reason. So this is a storytelling limitation, actually. How do you do an oral culture in a video game? How do you do an oral culture in a video game? Everything is noted down. It just, everything is. And I don't know why they chose to do this. I don't know, right? Is this game expectation? Is this something else? Not sure why. Right? Genre limitation, lack of imagination. Let's assume not this one, because duh. To find a fun way to do it. It's not clear. It's not at all clear. So mass literacy ends up being a thing in this world that doesn't have mass literacy. Yeah. Is this a... yeah, gameplay convenience? Convenience for... I mean, this is not a new problem to games, but it is still a problem. So yeah, Eivor isn't actually a polyglot. Right, Eivor seems to actually know 3 languages, right? Probably. Mostly Old Norse, some but not all Old English, and a little bit of Latin is what I would expect, right? Basim is the one who knows like a shit ton. But yeah, it's clearly some sort of made up, and the professional linguists all say, oh yeah. Kanya Kahaka. Right, so Eivor actually knows Old English, sorry, Old Norse, some Old English, some Latin. That's what we actually have. Basim knows like 6 languages. But yeah. Right. So yeah, the Animus is picky. Yeah. So, so that's their stated reason. In the same article, they just straight up say that's the reason. Which, fair enough, right? Interesting narrative device. Except, except it never matters. Right? That storytelling device doesn't actually have a narrative endpoint. It doesn't do anything. It's just, oh, we have now made friends with them, whoops. And 2, also ends up being accidentally super otherizing, right? If these are basically the only people that we don't get the translations for, it really emphasizes that they are not us. They are not people that we can understand. They are these different, weird, strange people that are off in the distance. So, right, it ends up being accidentally super problematic, and I know they didn't want it to be, but it is. Yeah, so they made a major character, and with Bridget they made an extended, unintelligible joke. And with the Kanya Kahaka... No, AC, it doesn't sound like he actually did, that he just kind of communicates without language well enough. So yeah. It's weird. I think we're actually starting to get a mythology. We haven't talked about the mythology. That's the last one we need to do. We're almost there. One more thing. Monotheism. The gods are all jerks. Easy, because it's quote-unquote funny, Johnny. Right, and this is a non-comprehensive set of notes. It's... So, they're just tired of this trope, right? I'm just sick of monotheism. The idea that the gods are bad. I'm just tired of it. They also do the classic, all the stories happen at about the same time. So, Mimisbrunner, Binding of Fenrir, and Mead of Poetry all at once. I don't love this. Where is Leipnir? I know, 8-legged horse. Blue Jötnar. Because Marvel. So... I'm actually more ambivalent on this than... Right. Both mythology arcs had OSP on. They were both molded super hard. It's not good, but it's fine. It's fine. The mythology is the one place where you can get away with just kind of throwing Easter eggs left, right, and center to all sorts of things without necessarily needing to have super thoughtful things, because you're already fundamentally telling the story wrong. You can just commit to it and it's fine. And just throw in references for people who have read the texts and get it, and it's cool. This is not trying to do religion, right? This isn't religion. This is what I call the literary mythology being adapted. So, whatever. It's not... It's not actual religious practice. We have that in Snottinghamshire, where Odin does something totally different and out of character for the Odin in the rest of the game, because that's religion. This is the literary mythology being adapted again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Oh. Except occasional fash. Except that. Except that. Tyr is not a god of justice. Tyr has never been a god of justice. If they're making Tyr a god of justice, they're using Jan de Vries, the Dutch scholar of religion, who was a registered Nazi. And obviously, it becomes super obvious that there's a reason why law and war should be the same thing, if the person arguing for it is a Nazi. They didn't need it, right? They didn't need to make him obsessed with being justice. What did that actually add to Tyr's characterization or to Sigurd's characterization? I don't think it did anything. It just kind of existed. It is silly. Anyway. Overall, so what's our conclusion? Yeah, exactly. Sure. then that's fair enough. And right, chat, you guys brought it up earlier, and I do agree with it, that may be the game trying to do nuance and critique the historiography, suggesting that Tyr is a god of justice by making Tyr super irrational. And that's not a terrible thing. That's not actually a terrible play. So, I would rather they just didn't do it, because you don't need to start. You don't need to start with that premise in order to then deconstruct it. You could just not do it. I don't know, right, it's on his Wikipedia page that De Vries was a Nazi. So, right, they could, and any historian that they consulted and asked about this were going to go like, hello? Or at least any specialist in Norse stuff is going to know that. Outside of the field, they probably don't. But in the field, they almost definitely do. So, they could have actually, like, done it deliberately. And I guess it's too built up for it to not be deliberate in some way, whether that's actually making a scholarly argument or not. But I still don't like it, because too many people are going to miss it, and so instead of critiquing the idea that Tyr is a god of justice, it just says, wow, the Isu are jerks, also Tyr was a god of justice. Right, so our conclusions. We're about to wrap up the stream here. Lots of people had a lot of ideas for this game. There's no really clear creative vision unifying it that I can see. Well, medieval is an available sponge for all sorts of time periods, and they took that too far. Right? People call them out of this, right? Reddit! Fucking Reddit noticed how much of it was just fantasy nonsense. You know how hard it is to get Reddit to notice things? So, didn't need a lot to be historical to Dark Ages. We need language, we need people, we need some, right? Really it's just like language, people, some parts of narrative? They don't. Past that, they thought everything was open to negotiation. Sometimes try for nuance. Nuance. Enemy design team doesn't know what that word means. With a contradictory ideologies present and genre, right, ludic genre and historical setting hurt the game's ability to be historical. Open world is a mistake. 9th century is a mistake. Awesome. Right, I've been on my bullshit of, right, how do we fix this? By setting the game of the year 1000 and having it be a globe-trotting adventure with a bunch of small self-contained levels that you can go between. Right, you can keep the alliance map. So actually, you know, let's take 10 minutes here and, like, alternative. How could it be better as a historical game? Better premise. And this is not fully thought out because I'm not a game designer, and obviously there are reasons I am missing as to why they make the choices they did. Circa 1000. Based as the Jomsvikings in Denmark. England arc is... So then we have like 12 levels, right? 4 stories of 3 stages. 1. Vinland. 2. Canute versus Athelred. 3. I feel like you go to Andalusia. For Rus. Tutorial of game is in Constantinople, and you can make the finale in Constantinople as well. Right? Tutorial is in Constantinople, finale is in Constantinople. Right? We've got these, and we have kind of this, small levels that you travel to via Alliance map. Right? Does that all sound sensible? England arc can more or less. And then you are a Jomsviking. You are a Jomsviking, and you can go do Jomsviking things, and you're contracted by the assassins to go kill Order members. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to do sailing in a way that like feels super good because like ship-based combat did happen, but it would basically just be like the boarding phase of AC4's combat. There's no bombardment. It's just voila, you now enter the boarding phase. And then you do stuff. Right, and there's a lot of design decisions in here that obviously would need to happen. But really try and communicate some of the distance that we're covering here. And you know, right, you could actually be hub is either Jomsborg or Birka, or Riva, or some kind of... No, actually, probably Jomsborg. So right, you could have this be Rus. Birka to Volga River to Novgorod? Right. Right, that's the real city, right? Whatever, something like that. Tutorials in Constantinople, failures, things, Anyway. Something like this, I think would be a lot stronger for this particular thing, and you can have a lot of the same meta plot underlying it, right? You can have your, can have your boss equals Sigurd equals Isu Sage. You are mid-table, and maybe aspire to become head of the Vikings. And then there's a lot of stuff that you can do around this time period. A lot of like what Vinland Saga covers. So, right, lots of things that we can do here. Now, this obviously has its own set of challenges. And this is in a lot of ways a radically different game. But I think this is a much stronger premise for the historical information that they want to tell. Because we just have a lot more sources, a lot better understanding of what things look like circa 1000 than we do for 870. And a lot of the conflicts that they want are way more interesting in that time period when Christianity has already taken hold, and the modern states, right? And the modern states are, or that's not a good way of saying that because modern states is a loaded term, but right, the kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden are starting to come together. They're not there yet, and they won't be there for another 200 years. But they're starting to come together into pretty stable forms that look a lot like the modern countries. Really, the borders aren't that different. And we have a lot more interactions with northern Poland, and actually all throughout we have a lot of interactions there, but better understanding of how we're interacting with the Baltic, and we have the Holy Roman Empire versus Francia to deal with, and all of those stuff. And you could have a DLC in Ireland involving the Battle of Clontarf, where Brian Boru gets stabbed by a random-ass Viking in his tent. Hello? Literally the freest assassin plot ever created. So yeah, I think with that is like my summation of thoughts. 7 pages of stuff. 7 pages of random incoherent notes to come up with no clear creative vision. Womp womp. So be it. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this. This has been a lot. We are now done with AC Valhalla's main story. I will pick up Mjolnir before the DLC. And remember, get ready for the Thunderdome, cause May 16th, that's a Sunday, so special stream, starting at 9 AM Central Time. So early start, on a Sunday, super stream, going after Ireland. We'll see, hopefully it can all be done in one day. If it turns out that this thing is like 15 hours long, fuck that. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll catch you all Wednesday. We're gonna get started right away on Nier, I think. I think that's a good play. And then we'll have a week and a half off. So yeah, I hope you will all join me then, and I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. Bye!